Good morning. My step says it's his work. Sorry. I messed that up. It is not,
But now it's not on. It is now. I just read it.
can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. This one's good. Okay. You have one more speaking part, Sarah.
Yes.
Again.
Well, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Ian Johnson. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. Would like to welcome you again to the Joint Committee Commission meeting. This is hosted by Oregon Heritage, which of course includes the State Historic Preservation Office, and we're part of the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. The four groups meeting today include the Oregon Heritage Commission, the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries, and the Historic Assessment Review Committee. We're joined by some folks online who will be participating in the meeting off and on today. I'm going to go ahead and turn the meeting over to Heidi Slaybaugh. She's the chair of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, and she will lead us through the business for the day. Heidi.
You in? Now hear me? Well, thank you, everyone for being here. Again, I'm Heidi Slaybaugh, chair of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. And I'd like to call to order the joint meeting of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, the Oregon Heritage Commission, the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries, and the Historic Assessment and Review Committee. It is October 17th at 8:06 a.m. To start, we will go around to each commission and committee to allow opportunity for all the chairs to call the meeting to order and make a formal commission and committee specific opening statements in addition to introductions. I will begin with the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. Again, the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation is a 9-member committee appointed by the governor to review documentation for all state of Oregon nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. The committee meets 3 times a year to review nominations brought forward by the State Historic Preservation Office. The committee also advises the State Historic Preservation Office on matters of program, policy, and budget. At this time, I'd like to have the members of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation introduce themselves. Maybe the owl will pick up.
Josh is gonna be my friend.
Oh, my dress. All right. Here we go. I'll start with myself. Again, Heidi Slaybaugh, chair of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation.
Raise your hands if you know you're on this list, right?
Good morning. I'm Greg Shine. I'm one of the committee members.
Good morning, Matt Dietrich, committee member.
Cassie Rippey, committee member.
Sarah Monroe, committee member.
Gwen Trice, committee member.
Jacqueline Chung, committee member.
That's one.
That's it. You got it. Thank you so much. All right, that is our committee for today, and now we'll hand it over to the Vice Chair of the Oregon Heritage Commission, Terry Savage.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Slaybaugh, and as Vice Chair of the Oregon Heritage Commission, acting in place of Chair Rosemary Johnson, I call this meeting to order on October 17th at 8:06 a.m. The Oregon Heritage Commission is designated the primary agency for coordination of heritage activities and shall coordinate its activities and public and private organizations that express an interest in the Oregon Heritage of Oregon. The commission is comprised of 9 members appointed by the governor. Commissioners represent all heritage interests that reflect the culture and geographic diversity of Oregon, as well as heritage interests reflected in community institutions. There are also 9 advisory members who serve without a right to vote. They are designees of the Department of Lands Conservation and Development, State Department of Education, the Higher Education Coordination Commission, and the Oregon Tourism Commission to coordinate the State Historic Record Advisory Board, the Executive Director of Oregon Historical Society, State Archives, State Librarian, and State Historic Preservation Office. The Commission is housed in the Oregon Heritage of Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. Oregon Heritage includes the State Historic Preservation Office. We provide grants and technical assistance for the documentation, preservation, interpretation, and sharing of Oregon heritage. This may include historic buildings, archaeological sites, museums, archives, historic cemeteries, and oral history. Okay, I'll begin by introducing myself. I am the vice chair of the commission, acting in place of Rosemary Johnson, and with the rest of the members, please introduce themselves.
Good morning, Libby Provost. Morning, Flanagan Batistella, Commissioner.
That's it. That's all.
We have one online.
Oh.
Larry, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Larry Landis. I'm an advisory member of the Oregon Heritage Commission representing the Oregon Higher Education Coordinating Commission.
What about Carrie?
Okay, that looks like it to be for the Oregon Heritage. I'll now hand it over to Chair of the Oregon Commission of Historic Cemeteries, Lisa Sear.
Thank you, Vice Chair Savage. As Chair of the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries, I call this meeting to order on October 17th at 8:06 a.m. The Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries was established by the Oregon Legislature to document Oregon's historic cemeteries and support their preservation. The commission includes 7 people from around the state with interest and knowledge in historic cemeteries. The commission offers technical assistance and a grant program. The definition of a historic cemetery is any location that includes the burial of at least one person who died 75 years before today's date. The commission is housed in Oregon Heritage of Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. Oregon Heritage includes the State Historic Preservation Office. We provide grants and technical assistance for the documentation, preservation, interpretation, and sharing of Oregon heritage. This may include historic buildings, archaeological sites, museums, archives, historic cemeteries, oral histories, etc. At this time, I'd like to have the members of the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries introduce themselves. I'll start with myself. My name is Lisa Sears. I am the Coastal Commissioner and I live in Pacific City. We'll go this way.
Hi, I'm Peggy Drake. I represent the Southern Oregon District. I live in Southern.
I'm Sarah Balanson. I live in Prineville and represent the Central Oregon District.
Okay, well, that looks like it's good for us, so I will now hand it over to the Chair of the Historic Assessment Review Committee, Caitlin Van Genderen. And I think she's online, as I understand. No? Okay.
She's not online yet.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hand it over to Joy to maybe not call the order, but give an introduction. Very hard to be committee.
All right. Morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Sears. As the non-chair of the Historic Assessment Review Committee, I call this meeting to order on October 17th at 8 a.m. The responsibilities of the Historic Assessment Review Committee are to review and to make decisions on appeals by any owner, governing body, or county assessor affected by a determination of the State Historic Preservation Office made under ORS 358.4.7 to 358.543 to provide advice, guidance, and professional recommendations to the State Historic Preservation Officer, SHPO, on on matters relating to special assessment historic property program and to perform other such duties as requested by the State Historic Preservation Office. At this time, I'd like members of the Historic Assessment Review Committee to introduce themselves. I'm Joyce Sears and I am staff, in lieu of Caitlin. Okay, I think Carrie Savage is the only one here. So,
I'm Terry Savage, I'm a member of the Park Committee, and I'm also the Baker County Assessor.
I don't believe any of our other members are online at this point. I don't believe unless, is Mike Boquist on?
Caitlin just joined,
Oh,
so we'll just have her introduce
okay,
herself.
introduce. Caitlin, can I get you to introduce yourself? I opened the meeting for you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize for that. I was in the webinar, but didn't have a video option, so I apologize for that. My name is Caitlin Van Genderen. I represent the professional historic preservation community based in Portland, but I work statewide, and I am the chair of the Historic Assessment Review Committee.
We have Mike Boquist online. Okay, and that is it for the historic review members, and I will hand it back to Chair Slaybaugh, so to proceed with the agenda.
Well, thank you everyone for taking the time to make those introductions. I'd like to thank the mayor, Brian Hudson, for welcoming us all to the city of Canby. A pleasure of meeting him just before this meeting. It has been a beautiful couple days in Canby. We hit the weather just perfectly, so thank you all for planning that. And we have had the opportunity to tour various sites and projects around the city that illustrate the community's pride in preservation and sharing its heritage. I'd like to introduce Mayor Hudson to say a few words.
Good morning. How's everyone's visit to Canby been? Yeah, awesome, great, I love it. You picked, as Heidi and I were talking, at the beginning here, you get a really great stretch of weather and the perfect time. You know, Oregon's got that 2-3 week period where the leaves start to change and, you know, and before they all start to fall off the trees. And so, you have a beautiful week to be here. So thank you very much. I hope you've all had a chance to enjoy our community, its charm, its people, and the history that we're so proud to share with all of you. I first want to thank our own Heritage and Landmark Commission and our city staff, Paul Palmer and Tyler Nizer back there, who keep our history alive and preserved. So thank you both very much for all that you do. Many of you here today are volunteers who dedicate your time and expertise to preserving Oregon's historic resources. I want to sincerely thank you for that commitment. Your service and stewardship through Oregon Heritage programs make a lasting difference in communities like Canby. Over the past 12 years, Canby has truly benefited from your work and partnership. Through your historic cemetery grants, more than 100 historic grave markers have been repaired and 100 more are carefully cleaned and preserved. Your certified local government program supported the development of our 2020 historic preservation plan, as well as 5 reconnaissance surveys and 25 intensive level surveys. These efforts have provided our city with valuable insights into the stories and structures that define our heritage. Our own historical society received a museum grant that made priceless oral histories more accessible to this community and to those visiting. Those recordings connecting our residents with their past in very meaningful ways. Our city staff and Heritage and Landmark Commission members frequently draw upon the expertise of Oregon Heritage staff. From their feedback, I can tell you your team's guidance is deeply respected and very much appreciated. So thank you for that. You are trusted partners in helping us honor and protect Canby's history. So on behalf of our city council and the entire Canby community, thank you for your ongoing dedication and the impact you continue to make across the state of Oregon. We're honored to have you here and hope you enjoy the final day of your visit in our great, quickly growing small town to small city. So thank you all very much. It's been an honor to meet many of you and be here. So thank you. Enjoy your day.
Thank you again, Mayor. Now I'd like to introduce, not Lisa Sisson, but Matt Ribby. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Thank you, chairs and commission and committee members. My name is Matt Rippey. I'm the Deputy Director for Field and Community Services with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. As you can see from the agenda, our Director, Lisa Assumption, had planned on being here. She had an appointment come up this morning that she couldn't miss, and so on her behalf, I'm sorry that she couldn't make it. I know I connected with her a few times this morning or this week, and she was looking forward to being here, so I'm sorry she couldn't make it. I wanted to thank Mayor Hodson and the city of Canby for hosting the meeting this week. Although I wasn't here this week, everything I'm hearing is it was a pretty amazing tour. I was just talking with Josh. And I live over in LeGrand and come to Salem a lot, but I spend all of my time on the freeway. And it's just another lesson for me that I need to start getting off the freeway and kind of visiting some of the communities along the way. I wanted to thank you all too for your service. I was thinking public service is a big deal to me. That's why I've worked in state service for my entire career. And I think about volunteering in state service is a really big deal. We depend on you for your expertise to help guide our programs, and for you to take your time out of what I can only imagine is like my life is really busy. And implementing your expertise is just, I can't thank you enough for that. I wanted to also thank our Oregon Heritage team. I hadn't worked with this group until about 1.5 years ago. And so my learning curve, as you can only imagine, was very steep. I've worked on the state park side of things for about 20 years. And then over the last couple of years, been exposed more to the work that they do. It's been very cool. And I see the intersection not only across the state of Oregon, but within our own department that I didn't really realize that was there. I thought of 3 things that like really for me define this group, and it's professionalism. Like they're amazing. They're so professional. They care so much. They're so dedicated with what they do. And they've been so kind to me over the last couple of years, helping me learn because I came in with some pretty serious imposter syndrome. And they've helped me kind of every step of the way. So I wanted to make sure and recognize and thank them as well. A couple of updates that I know Lisa was going to talk about. One is you probably heard in the news about the financial outlook of the agency. We're heading towards, I think, some pretty rough times as lottery fees, which we depend upon, are kind of steadily declining. And the cost of doing business is steadily, maybe not even steadily, but exponentially increasing. We're trying to figure out ways to close that gap. So you've probably seen in the papers, we're raising some of our camping fees, which is kind of the last thing we want to do. We've expanded our days, the number of parks that we charge days fees in and the rate that we charge. Again, not what we want to do, but we want to also keep the lights on. It's been a challenge for sure. I think also with some of the uncertainty around some of the federal programs that we have and the funding that tends to come along with that, whether it's the Heritage Preservation Fund, the Recreation Trails Program, or the Land and Water Conservation Fund, there's some uncertainty there. And so we're just trying to navigate that over the next probably 2 to 6 years, I would say. There's the potential for some challenging time, and we can't continue to raise fees, right? Like that's not the solution. I think that'll help get us through this initial period, but we need to figure out ways to increase other streams of revenue. And part of the reason I bring that up is I think about the communities that you all touch and the work that you all do across the state. And we're super open to creative ideas. So if you have ideas, reach out to Curry or Ian or myself or any of the team and let us know of some things you have in mind. The other thing I wanted to mention is I looked through, I'm not gonna be able to be here all day. I'm gonna join virtually, towards the end of the day. But I'm really excited for you all to workshop through the Oregon Heritage Plan. I was able to meet with the team up at Silver Falls a month or two ago, I think. And they had the consultant and it's just so cool to watch this group work together. And I'm excited for you all to be a part of that, but two, the content of that plan is pretty amazing. And I think it'll be fun for you all to work through that. And I don't know if it's appropriate to ask if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any. Or that could be it. And I just want to thank you for your time again, for being here and for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for stepping in and giving that nice introduction and description of what's going on. Our next agenda is items for public comment. Do we have any public comment today? Anybody signed up online or?
I did see any when I walked over there and looked, but just the last chance for those members of the public, if you wanna speak. And, no. Do you wanna, is there anybody online that wants to raise their hand? Okay.
Not hearing any. It is now time for members of the public, just kidding. We're gonna just do that, just sometime. All right. If there's no one else who wishes to speak, and we will move on to the next agenda item, which is our Oregon Heritage Excellence Award. I'll now turn it over to Katie Henry, coordinator of the Oregon Heritage Commission.
There we go. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Chair Slaybaugh. Okay, that time for the Heritage Excellence Awards. Thank you. So the Oregon Heritage Excellence Awards, they're one of two awards programs we have under the Oregon Heritage umbrella. We just had the Excellence on Main Awards in Albany last week. How many were in Albany? To see those, you can, this is my communications plug, you can see those videos online. If you go to OregonHeritage.org, you can see the videos of the award winners, and that's really amazing projects. But we also have the Oregon Heritage Excellence Awards, which recognize individuals, organizations, and projects for outstanding efforts related to heritage preservation activities. It honors those that have made the most of available resources and skills and are given for exceptional work by organizations or individuals. We do have some award winners in the physical room and online, who either for the individual awards or for organizations, they have represented for projects. So just to acknowledge that, if you would raise your hand, if you know. And Larry, I think, was the inaugural year of the awards in 2007.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right? So these have been going on since 2007. And I think in the spreadsheet I have, over 100 or around 138 awards have been given in that span of time. These awards, so not primarily, it's to honor this exceptional work, but they also can be really great tools for people to leverage to continue that great work into the future. And we've seen evidence of that and heard feedback about how they've been leveraged and how they've, with partnerships, they've helped prove to partners the value of the contribution to continue the partnerships. We've seen people put them in grant applications and be leveraged in that way. We ourselves at Oregon Heritage, when we received a national award for the Disaster Resilience Project, have been able to leverage that to continue the work in grant applications and in communities across Oregon. So they have a layered impact in addition to really honoring these individuals that have done amazing work and are models for the rest of the state and how to do this work. In Enterprise, if you were at the joint meeting in Enterprise, raise your hand. So you will remember we did a similar activity. And I think that could be the first time we did that with all the committees and commissions. And it yielded really great ideas. And in fact, there were several nominations and at least 3 award winners that were mentioned in that conversation. So I think that is proof in itself that this conversation and taking some time for this group in particular, who are from across the state and see all this work and the work that you do, to just take a minute and reflect on those award-worthy projects and individuals and organizations in your region. So we're going to be doing a very similar activity today, and we don't have a ton of time. Of course, I didn't bring my agenda up here. So what I'd like to do is we're going to break you up into 4 groups, 3 groups, 3 groups. Thank you. We had to combine some. And we did our very best to have them be by region, but be very liberal with that definition of region, because we had to put some groups together that might span a great distance. So that'll be good for everybody to learn about what's going on. And what I'd like you to do is take a look at that criteria. Oh, I almost tripped myself over there. It's the, that's the criteria for the awards, and there are 4 categories on there. There's individuals, organization, and the criteria associated with it, project, and then there is a category for Sally Donovan Award for Historic Cemeteries. So you have that criteria in front of you, and another awesome outcome, well, awesome for me organizationally, at the enterprise meeting is it, so many people were asking, oh, have they won an award? Has this individual won an award? So I started a spreadsheet of all the award winners. So I'm going to hand some out to the groups. So you can, so you can get an idea of who has received these awards in the past. That's not to say they can't, organizations can't, or individuals can't. Just take a look at the criteria and the body of work since then is what I would encourage. So the groups, we've already, that's why you're sitting in different spots, because we didn't do it to confuse everybody. There was a reason. Cassie, Drew, Maureen are one group. Don't ask me about the region, that was very creative. Greg, Drew, Lisa, another group. Heidi, Drew, Jackie's another group. So we're gonna take 10 minutes. I lost the microphone. 10 minutes to meet in the group, discuss a little bit. Some of you that were at the enterprise meeting can help facilitate that a little bit. If there's staff that wanna you're all over the place, that wanna kind of glob on the groups, you're welcome to do that. Yes.
Just clarification on the project. Is it the calendar year of this? These are 2020.
Yeah, sorry, those are there's a date in there. Those are from 2020.
So it's for 2025
So
this year.
for the 2 years, I guess, the date.
Got it.
Because those guidelines are coming out next week or the week after. So that's when they will open up. And they will close in mid-January. So it's coming up. And I would just say that Heidi, you were involved in a nomination. Do you mind talking a little bit about that process? Or, because it was you had a group that did it too, which was nice. I put you on the spot, sorry. It was
What nomination you're referring to?
Kelly.
Oh. Yes, in Central Oregon, where is it? The Standout Heritage Volunteer.
No, individuals. You got it. I'm sorry. I totally put you on the spot.
Individual nomination for, Kelly Cannon Miller, who is the executive director of the Deschutes Historical Society. And yes, there was a team of people, a couple members from the museum, as well as city staff and myself. puts together that nomination.
Sorry, that wasn't in the script I gave you, I'm so sorry. I was pointing it out because there could be, there were commissioners involved when they came up with the idea, it kind of domino effect rolled into resulting in nominations, and I do think some of the ones that I have seen in my time as commissioner be successful is, especially for the individuals, is if you have because sometimes one person doesn't know the full body of work of an individual, so maybe contacting other folks and getting together for individuals could make for a more robust competitive nomination. And that one was especially thorough, and I learned way more about Kelly than I even knew, and it was awesome. And then the other thing I missed in my notes is that the award winners are honored at a banquet associated with our in-person conference, and the conference this 2026 will be in Woodburn, April 29th through May 2nd. No, you're all gonna be there. But that's where you will see the results of this process that's gonna happen over the next few months. And this year we have new awards, physical awards too. We're doing a new process where we're contracting with Art Center, Crossroads Art Center in Baker City to select an artist from that region to create the awards, because our last artist who had done many years finally said, no, just kidding. No, she probably is resting from all the amazing art pieces she created for us and beyond. So I will turn it over to you guys for maybe about 10 minutes to gather in your groups and chat. We'll come back and report back for 5 minutes. Yes.
There was another category of volunteer nominations last year. Will that be?
Oh, thank you. Yes, so that is the Standout Heritage Volunteer is a category that we created 2022 for the first time, and that is a non-competitive category, but I highly encourage any of you within your volunteer efforts and heritage organizations to consider submitting a volunteer for that. It's a way to honor their work at the state level. If you have local volunteer awards, you can go up the chain to the state level and submit them for that. And it really is part of that volunteer appreciation and retention kind of practices to make them feel great and have them continue volunteering and want other people to volunteer with you as well. So thank you, Maureen, for mentioning that. And they get a certificate, and there's a compilation video, which again, videos do result from award winners that live online forever. Everything lives online forever. Okay, so go ahead, 10 minutes, and I'll hand out these for you to review while you're doing it. And thank you. Yeah, mid-January. It's like a project. Yeah. I think so that kind of all yeah, there's only files and things. I'm not pointing around. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to on my? Sorry, Larry, if you want to think on your own, Larry and Caitlin, is she on there as well? No, okay. You want to think on your own, I think last time you did this too, right? You were virtual. Can you hear me, Larry? He's the other. Larry, can you hear me?
I can hear, but I can't, not really. There's too much background noise. I really couldn't understand what's going on.
Okay, I'm gonna submit your instructions in chat.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he created and. Big center. We didn't have one of them. But this is.
Yeah, yeah. This side of the cascade, which is not. Yeah.
Because otherwise. I didn't know there was all these. There's scales, other nuggets.
It was because of the anti-drain. It was so inspiring. That are doing something. Yeah. All right now. And
Always.
I like that. Oh, I just chatted.
It's fine. I was talking to her. Yeah, exactly.
You know, I wonder why you don't have.
I don't know. Thank you. Can you do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, same height.
Yeah.
Never been able to. Not for.
Oh, you are? Yeah. Yeah.
Every time I
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the two of you, right, it's just a little chat. He's not on the list, yeah, sure, Stanford. Well, if Carol talks. Turn on.
No, she just does this project, this is her project. And so. For a while. 15 years. Yeah, and she was the whole back. Yeah, but she's done it on her own, so I didn't really know about it. On behalf of South Tilbury. So I'm looking at it. I didn't know there was some schedule, you know. Oh. It was always. Yeah, I think it have so I was working. He just. They have to. Larry never. Outside. And exhibit, check the site for applicants. There is. Who, joined in, how we managed to do for them to be able to do another debate. And then there is. Yeah. It's like traveling. You've done it. Two-minute warning.
No, they're still working on. Oh, there's, yeah, no, they're. And working.
And I think Marcia, the fisherman, would be surprised if I don't know.
All right, we want to come back and there will be a report out. So somebody quick, put your finger on your nose. We're not being it.
That's right, that's right.
All right, and I'm gonna kick it off with a suggestion, from online, who put, somebody in the chat. Larry suggested, Jay Sexton and Tony Hardiman, who for the past 5 to 6 years have been the force behind the restoration of the 1922 Willamette Grange and Community Hall. The transformation of this building has been amazing, and the restoration has included seismic stabilization, a new roof, new wood windows, and new HVAC and upgraded electrical. Jay is also a member of the Benton County HRC. Who he's suggesting that would support the compiling the nomination. And some other groups in the area. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. It's 1923 Grange Hall, correction. I will go around the room to the different groups and I'm gonna write down suggestions. But I apologize for not using the microphone earlier. I think that was not helpful for those online, so I'll be better. We'll do better. Is there somebody from this group that, the brave soul that would like to report out?
Ran away, I was like,
Yeah,
somebody have it all.
That's good strategy, Matt. Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah, okay, so, we had come up with a list, a couple of folks, one suggestion, was for the individual was for, Dave Carrollson with the Grand Confederation of Grand. Let's see, we, for a project or an organization, we talked about, OSU Ag for their, was it Letitia Carson project? We had noted they could be eligible potentially under both organization or as the project, we just not know. So, goes forward and then, I will just note it, you know, I wish that I had realized what we were thinking about today and what we're gonna be talking about today. I could have put some part thought into it, but I think, we had also just talked about for projects, looking back at the past grant recipients, and seeing what they're doing and maybe some of those might be applicable.
Kyle Jansen too for individual. And I would just, I'll write that down, right, say that this is not the only chance to think about it, because they open up in like 2 weeks. And so if you have any other thoughts, this is not the last time to think about it. Over here.
We don't have one, we didn't write them all on one page. Oh, we did.
So there you go, you have now been designated.
I have a spokesperson.
Okay, it looks, we're trying to figure out, I think Vanport Mosaic is a great organization and it looks like they have received an award for their Festival of 2016, but not as a organization. So possibly that was an organization and I was really impressed with their coming home as a project that they did recently. Okay, Carol Johnson, the South Tillamook County librarian.
Okay. Yeah, so Carol took on the history of South Tillamook County. She is a retired librarian and has spent the last 15 years collecting all kinds of documentation. She's done this by herself and she has put it all in meticulous order. You can go in, anything she has there, she can find it in 30 seconds. She knows where it is, all Library of Congress, and she does the whole thing by herself and it's amazing. Yes, Dory Days too, as I don't know if it'll be under organization, but they do a heritage function every year, parade, and it's quite an undertaking and it shares. I know for the last couple of years, they've had the dories out so people can go around and look at all the different kinds of dory boats, as well as last year, they had a lot of storytelling. They had a panel of dorymen tells stories from back in the day. My husband was one of them. It was awesome. Also, the Polk County cemeteries. I was on a roll this morning. I drank a full cup of coffee before I started. I cannot think what that man's name is right now. Lloyd. Yes. So he actually is who I first went out to before I started working in Tillamook County Cemetery. He has a Facebook page called Polk Cemetery Savers. He works out of the cemetery a minimum of 3 days a week, and he will restore, as well as he has a crew of volunteers that are cleaning headstones and they're repairing headstones in Polk County. And I believe he repairs headstones in his garage during the winter. So it's pretty awesome.
And there's also Karen Nitz, NITZ, November ITZ. Karen Nitz is the Claire McGill Luce Western History Room in Harney County Library. I didn't see her listed as a previous winner, but beyond the exceptional research services that she provides people that are there, she's been able to digitize so much and really set up this social media platform for sharing the history of Harney County with wonderful interpretive writings and the photos and documents that are really engaging and to brought extended the knowledge of Harney County and its history around the world.
We have one more, and that would be an argument. We might have one more, that's Friends of Timberline, which has done a great deal over the last 50 years to work on preservation of Timberline Lodge.
How's the group effort? Okay, Heidi.
Alright, so for the central eastern Oregon, northeastern Oregon portion of the state, we had a bunch. Organization, the Armstrong Nugget in Baker. I know we're running out of time here, so I'm gonna just. not
You're fine,
describe
you're
them.
totally fine.
Okay, A project is the Herbring House in the Dalles, if I just said that wrong. Jack, correct you. An individual. Still in the room, Eric, Gleason is a remarkable archaeological individual as well as support member to the State Advisory Committee of Historic Preservation. Does much more than drive Jackie around. Project in Bend is the US Post Office. Organization, the Giuseppe Center in Joseph, that might be better in our next round. They're in the midst of doing projects right now. Organization, the Bowman Museum, they did a pretty extended expansion in Prineville, so noting their effort to improve heritage, education. On the same note, Steve Lent in Prineville at the Bowman Museum as an individual does incredible volunteer work. Not volunteer work, his actual work. And Virginia Butler, as a volunteer, she almost single-handedly does the archaeological roadshow, with a team, but that's all volunteer. And lastly, trying to think outside of our little boxes is the Union School District, building restorations that they have done. Almost pulled Matt over to talk about LeGrand, but I was trying to think what's happening in LeGrand.
Thank you. Did any staff come up with any that they wanted to share, or anybody else come up with any more, think of any more? And then, is there anybody online? Caitlin, did you? I didn't look at the chat, but I'm gonna give you a chance too if you thought of any.
Nope, I'm okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
we do have a member of the public. Are you okay, Heidi, with
Yes,
opening
please.
that? Cricket, go ahead.
So, we contacted Katie earlier about the, doing a posthumously, I can't say it right, a nomination for Paul Carina, who had statewide influence on keeping all the organs in the state, going. Sadly, he passed away right before their last event.
You might tell her.
And its organ celebrates 100 years. And Katie said it would be possible to.
Cricket, really fast, if you could get closer to your microphone, you were cutting in and out a little bit.
Maybe you should just read what I wrote, Katie.
Oh, okay. Did you? Yes, and you're talking about in the email you sent me, right? Not in the chat.
Right in the chat.
In the chat.
That's all.
Chat. Go into the chat. All right, in the chat, because it wasn't all the way down. Let's see here. Oh, there is, yeah, Cricket did inquire about posthumous, did I say that right?
Posthumous.
Thank you. Posthumous awards, and there is nothing that says that can't be a nomination. And it's been discussed. We've had inquiries about it before. And so there is somebody in is it the Coos Bay area? I just don't want to assume. I know Cricket, you're in Coos Bay, but I don't want to assume it's just Coos Bay. Paul Perino, outstanding.
I don't-
Oop,
Yeah.
yeah.
Idle days were spent he moved to Coos Bay just because of the organ, but he had a big effect on Portland, Oregon.
Right. With connections to the state as great candidate passed before his nomination could be submitted. So there is that. Any others? The last thing I would say is they're all awesome ideas, but to just make sure if you could, because the suggestions you have are mostly because you know them and you have connections. So if you know somebody, if you think about it and you look at it, if you in your region could maybe approach somebody who could write the nomination, if you yourself don't want to write it, you can. I don't want to say you can't, but and then the other thing is with individuals too. Typically, individuals don't write their own nominations because there are a lot of the folks that we know that win these awards and award worthy are very humble, modest folks who don't think they even belong on a stage to accept an award. They want to run away. But so I think it's critical to think about the people around them who know that they are award-worthy individuals who do excellent work in the state. So just remember that when you're going back to your regions, and if you have any more thoughts, you can send them. We can help identify some folks too that might help support some nominations as well. Is there any other questions about the awards? Okay, then we have a break until a time that I will, somebody will tell me.
No, we do not have a break.
We do not have a break, psych. We have another thing on the agenda, so I'm gonna hand it over to the chair, whose script I'm sure is right.
You wrote our script for all of us. But thank you, Katie, and I'm excited to see what nominations get submitted. Just to clarify, the list that we gave you, will you be kind of vetting that out, reaching back out to people to suggest that we do nominations? I should have asked you this while you had the microphone.
I could, and also people, if those suggestions that were provided, if folks feel like, yes, this is something, I've thought about it, and you can talk to me about it for competitive application reasons and what to focus on. Or if you need some help identifying somebody, yes, but there are some where I could reach out and say, I think this would be competitive, let's talk about it further, for sure.
Great, thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, review of a nomination for the National Register of Historic Places. Now, I will begin the hearing for the nomination for the Arthur Devers, you say it? Devers, thank you, House in Portland, Multnomah County. The National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, and culture. The records are maintained in Washington, D.C. by the National Park Service under the authority of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Over 2,000 properties located in all 36 counties of Oregon are listed in the National Register. Oregon listings presently include over 150 historic districts. In order to qualify for listing in the National Register, a property must possess and retain its historic appearance and be historically important at the local, state, or national level. A property's historic importance is determined through one of 4 criteria identified by the National Park Service. Those criteria are A, association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. B, association with a preeminent individual displaying distinctive characteristics of a type, period, method of construction, or work of a master. C, contains a potential to yield important information on prehistory or history. The review process is limited to the consideration of those criteria and whether or not the document is technically complete and correct. When the committee determines that a nomination is eligible for listing, it recommends that the State Historic Preservation Officer sign the nomination and forward it to the keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. for review and listing. Nominations not meeting the criteria listed are either tabled to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise the nomination or not recommended for listing. I'll now hand it over to Katie Abrams, National Register Coordinator, to present on the Arthur Devers House.
Thank you, Chair Slaybaugh. The State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation will now review the proposed National Register nomination for the Arthur Devers House in Portland. The Devers House is located on Northwest 21st Avenue in Portland's Alphabet Historic District. At the time it was constructed in 1891, it was just a couple of blocks north of the affluent Nob Hill neighborhood. The property immediately adjacent to the north was constructed a year after the Devers House in 1892, but almost all of the other properties currently surrounding the house were developed or redeveloped decades later. The Devers house itself was converted from a single-family home into a duplex in 1947. The nomination argues that despite that conversion, the house generally retains its integrity to the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It's designed in the Queen Anne style, and its character-defining features include its original wood drop siding, staggered front gables, one with fish scale shingle siding and one with rectangular shingles, double hung windows with OG lugs, an entrance porch containing half glass double doors and faceted bays on 3 facades. And there are also 3 original stained glass windows. One of them is the transom window over the doors that you see there, and the others are in the bay windows. The preparer has identified that they bear the hallmarks of the famous Obie Brothers glass studio, who are known as the Tiffany of the Pacific Northwest. At the interior, the house retains most of its layout, especially on the ground floor, which is 1 unit of the duplex, and other character-defining features such as the wood staircase with turned balusters and newel posts that's just inside the front entrance, a fireplace with an elaborate surround and paneled doors and trim throughout. The nomination argues that major alterations are really pretty limited. For the front, the most significant alteration is the enclosure of a second floor balcony or porch over the entrance and the reconstruction of an exterior chimney in a much simpler style. At the rear, there's a large 2-story addition that was constructed in 2006. It's set back slightly from the side facades and it's not terribly deep, so it's not really visible from the public right of way, apart from these exterior stairs at the back of the south facade. At the interior, alterations are mostly related to the change into a duplex, and a lot of the second floor bathroom and kitchen finishes and fixtures have been replaced. The nomination argues that overall, despite these changes, the house retains integrity through those character-defining features that we looked at earlier, and what they tell us about the social and economic status of the family that lived there during the period of significance. And that family was Arthur and Nellie Devers and their daughter Maple. So this house is being nominated under criterion B, which, as Heidi said, is one of the 4 criteria for National Register eligibility set by the National Park Service. Criterion B is for properties that are associated with the lives of people who are significant in our past. To successfully demonstrate eligibility under criterion B, a nomination must establish both that the person is indeed significant to our past, and also that the property in question illustrates what the National Park Service calls their productive life, or the period in which they were doing whatever it is they were most significant for. The person who commissioned construction of this property and who lived there until 1908 was Arthur Devers, who was a well-regarded businessman and civic leader in Portland around the turn of the 20th century. He was born in Chicago in 1858 and moved to San Francisco, where he worked for coffee and tea and spice companies like Folgers, Schilling, names we still hear today. And then he came to Portland in 1881 and bought into the Closet Brothers Coffee and Spice Company, which then became Fawcett and Devers. They started out selling from a wagon, but they became very successful both in Portland and across the West Coast. And theirs was really the only Portland spice company that was recognized in contemporary trade publications. This is a caricature of Devers from the Oregonian in 1906, when he was still living at the Northwest 21st Avenue house. And the nomination indicates that this illustrates how well known he was locally as a coffee, tea, and spice purveyor, and how closely his involvement in that industry was tied to his public image. In addition to, and the nomination says perhaps even more importantly than his commercial prominence, the nomination argues that Devers was also an important social and civic leader and philanthropist in Portland at a time when that first wave of pioneer businessmen were stepping back and this new guard of young business executives were stepping forward. A lot of those others had family money and they were married into some of the founding Portland families like the Weinhardts, the Ladds, the Kuchas, names that we still see on Portland landmarks today. And the nomination argues that Devers comparatively was kind of an outlier because he was mostly self-made. He was deeply involved in major local and civic movements, civic and business movements during the period he was living at the 21st Avenue house. Those include Portland's first Chamber of Commerce, the planning for the 1905 Lewis and Clark Exposition, which As the SACHP remembers from our review of the Balch Gulch Bridge in June, really catalyzed Portland's growth in the early 20th century. He was also involved in construction of a canal near the Dalles, which lowered shipping costs and helped promote Portland industry, the Civic Improvement League, and the City Beautiful movement that had lasting impacts on Portland's infrastructure. Devers was recognized for his work, his philanthropy, and his promotion of the city by organizations, including the Travelers Protective Organization, National Rivers and Harbors Congress, and the local arm of the Red Cross, as well as the local news media. As far as Devers' connection to the house on Northwest 21st Avenue, the nomination argues that it is the best place associated with his productive life, and moreover, that its location just outside of the most fashionable part of Portland at the time, its relatively small size, but elaborate finishes as seen in those windows and the fireplace surround, really reflect the period in which Devers was coming up in the Portland business and civic landscape, both in terms of his economic situation and his leadership and social standing. In his lifetime, Devers was associated with 3 commercial buildings that housed his coffee, tea, and spice businesses. Only one of these is potentially still extant, and the nomination writes that it's associated with that earlier phase of Devers' career before he became really successful and before he became involved in the important civic activities that the nomination describes. His Portland residences are mostly still intact, the other places he lived besides this house. But he either didn't reside in them for a significant period of time, just a year here or there, or he resided in them later in his life after his significant involvement in a lot of these activities had ended. And so the nomination argues the house on Northwest 21st is associated with Devers during the period of his life when he achieved the public standing that he earned by his civic leadership, commercial prominence, and boosterism on behalf of Portland, and therefore is eligible for the National Register under Criterion B at the local level of significance, with the period of significance being those 17 years that he resided in the house. So moving on to our discussion today, some things that the SACHP might consider are, does the nomination make the case that Arthur Devers was a locally significant businessman and civic leader? Does the nomination make the case that the Devers house is significantly associated with Devers' productive life? Or in other words, does it illustrate his contributions to Portland's history? And finally, does the Devers house retain sufficient integrity to communicate its association with Devers? I'd like to note that this property is located within a certified local government, and the Portland Historic Landmarks Commission met, reviewed this nomination, and voted in support of it. Their comments have been shared with the SACHP before this meeting. And we have both the preparer and the owner here today to speak with us, but before that, does the committee have any questions for me or for any other SHPO staff? Now we can move to testimony.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, do any of the committee members from the SACHP have an actual or potential conflict of interest to declare? Cassie, no. Matt, no.
That no.
No.
Greg? No. Sarah, no. Heidi, no. No. Glenn, no. Jackie, no. Right. A little test before we get into this. Does anybody realize which criteria I combined and did say in my opening statement? I got to the last one and I called it criteria C instead of D, so I was a little confused myself, but just to go back. A is the association with events. B, as Katie mentioned, is the association with preeminent individuals. C is the distinctive characteristics, and D is the word for that. That really off. No, you guys didn't catch it.
That's not ready,
That's-
so.
yeah. D is information.
Work of a master or contains potential information to yield brief history or history.
That must be a typo then.
So you should, if we're coming out.
Work of the master is C.
Yeah, there's a typo in there.
Oh, so, okay, C is work of a master. Well, I even got it wrong in my corrections. That's great. We all failed. Or I failed. All right, okay, moving on. Public testimony, we do have two people and you're welcome to come up to our table over here. Kristen Miner, who is the preparer for the nomination, and Dan Volkmer, sorry. And the property owner. We'll turn it over to them for their presentation. Thank you. First.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here and making the time to review the Deepers. Just a couple of short comments. We've owned the home since 2007. And I'm a realtor in Portland, have been for 50 years. And I was hired to sell that property in 2007 by the St. Mark's Diocese, which is the Episcopal Church just on the corner of 21st and Marshall, which is a beautiful historic style is that Italian cathedral, Romanesque. They had owned it and used it as a kind of an outreach to the community for families trying to get their footing on the ground coming into Portland. And then they got out of that business. So I had the property on the market for 9 months and absolutely no one was interested in the property other than tearing it down and adding it to perhaps a parking lot, because what you don't see is to the left, to the south, is the Astro Mart. And then as you can see behind the structure is one of the Good Samaritan's fortress parking garages, backing up to it. And then to the right of the house is an older property. And they have expressed interest in combining the properties and selling them to a developer. I was never interested in doing any of that. We've held on to the property all these years. We love the property as it is, and it deserves to be saved. If we are successful with this nomination, this gives us perhaps a couple of economic incentives to continue to care for the structure and keep it in good stead, or perhaps one day restore that, set that balcony above the front porch. Yeah, I don't want that house to come down. Then one other short comment about Mr. Devers. I knew he'd given $1 million to establish Devers Eye Clinic. In my estimation, that was a huge, kind of opened up my curiosity. And Kristen did more and great research, and the more she found out about Devers, the more we realized what a giving and kind of special Portland person he was. Immigrant, first generation immigrant, as so many of us are immigrants to Oregon. And we come here and we see what a beautiful state and that we live in, and if we work hard, hopefully we're successful. We want to give back. That was Mr. Devers, starting out with very meager backgrounds. He didn't have family money. And a connection to the criteria that establishes special recognition because of his contributing to the culture of what makes Portland Portland. I mean, we all know that Portland is a city of cafes and tea shops. We have neighborhoods full of cafes and tea shops. Portland does things a little differently. We take our time. We meet people, we have coffee, we have tea, we chat. And I maintained that Mr. Devers was really the first coffee king of Portland, Oregon. And and promoted coffee, promoted good coffee. And the fact that the Oregonian recognized that in their special edition of the newspaper when they published this book of Who's Who of Portland, Oregon back in 1906, they chose a caricature of Beavers sitting outside, his back up against a tree here in the Pacific Northwest. He's brewing a pot of coffee on a camp over a campfire. And I think that's pretty forward and pretty Northwest Portland. The only thing he's not wearing is a flannel shirt. But I think that, yeah, I feel like he is deserving and of the house as well.
Hello, I'm Kristen Miner and very, very glad to be here in front of this committee. And Katie really described, much of what I was gonna say, so I'll be very brief in my comments, but as the preparer, I guess I just wanted to make a few comments about some of the things that I struggled with in this nomination, because they're probably the things that you may have questions about as well. One of those is really that Mr. Deaver's name is not as well known as, some of his peers. I have some thoughts about that. One of them is that he was not intrinsically connected to Portland via family. So while we may know some of the other folks who were very involved in the 1905 Lewis and Clark Exposition by street names and family names, we don't have that connection to Mr. Deaver's anymore. That has somewhat faded. It's been a long time. So looking back at the time of the period of significance, 1891 to 1908, if one looks at newspapers, his name is all over the place during that period of time. So it's clear that he was very ascendant. He was somebody that people listened to, and he was often quoted in the newspaper. Let's see, he also, one other point about why his name may have faded somewhat. He did become somewhat of a recluse in his later years after he lost his sight. So that's something to keep in mind, is just the lack of family connections and that his own personal circumstances. However, the issues that he was deeply involved in, such as the 1905 Lewis and Clark Exposition, really transformed Portland. And let's see, I did want to also note that the period of significance for the house itself ends in 1908. So it's harder to connect it to another kind of transformative event in Portland, which he was deeply involved in, which is the Bennett Plan of 1910. So you can see a couple of years later than when they moved out of the house. But I will point out that the man literally did not have a fixed address from 1909 to about 1917, when he purchased with his wife a much grander house in Northwest Portland for them to live out the remainder of their days. Aside from that, I don't have too much to add, and I very much welcome any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions of the committee members to the applicant or the owner? I'll turn it back over to any questions of staff. turn it to our lead preparer. Reviewer,
Yes.
lead reviewer, yes, you. Thank you.
Desktop scene with this.
It's on.
Greetings,
You can up there if you want.
perfect speed.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Oh. Okay. Is there a spot to go?
Yeah, I can't turn this one.
Yeah, we're not sure. Okay, thank you. Before I get before I get started, Katie did ask if I would give a brief presentation on National Register Bulletin 32 and just give an overview for those who may not be familiar with it. However, I just wanted to check in, understanding our time. Is that something we would still like to do, or should I jump into?
We give a couple sentences explaining, so a short summary.
Okay, a short summary, okay. Well, the National Register Bulletin 32 is, this helps guide us. Well, first, let me take a step back. We're in this really interesting area of preservation, officially recognizing places that are connected to remarkable people. So our guide is this National Register Bulletin 32, and extra bonus points for anyone who may have a hard copy of that document could pass around or show it to folks. What it does, the National Register of Historic Places lists properties that are important to our nation's history, and this particular bulletin helps us apply criterion B. That's the one that we were speaking of earlier, which governs properties that are associated with the lives of persons significant in our past. So this could be anyone. In this case, where we will learn is Arthur Devers is one who is being proposed under criterion B. So if folks are preparing a nomination, the goal is always rigorous evidence-based documentation. So the bulletin basically lays out 11 essential guidelines for people. We're gonna break them down basically. There's three simple steps. Who was it? Who was important? Where was that importance expressed? And then does the place still look the part? So I won't go into any more detail there on that, understanding the time that we have. That's kind of what we have, this guideline we have that helps guide specifically for properties that are when applying criterion B. So with that, I'll shift gears over to the review, and for some of the people that may not be as familiar with the process, we have each one of these has a lead reviewer. All of us look at these nominations, and there's a lead reviewer that kind of does what I'm going to be doing here in a minute, and walks through and shares some thoughts on it. We're guided by an evaluation sheet that has, so we're asked to look in specific categories. So looking at integrity, the description, the significance and context, the facts and sources, technical stuff, and supporting materials. So you'll hear me kind of address my thoughts under those specific categories here. So, well, first of all, it was a pleasure to read this nomination, very meticulously researched, and I learned quite a bit, and I think it's a very, very strong nomination. Starting with the integrity component, I find that the nomination is highly effective in documenting integrity. It's compliant with guidance that it systematically addresses all 7 of the aspects of integrity. Quiz, what are those 7 aspects? I'll take location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. So despite changes to the immediate residential setting, the house retains the essential physical features necessary to convey its historic identity and association with Arthur H. Devers during his life. Now, when analyzed against the specific definitions and examples that are provided in our guiding documents, One item that I think could greatly benefit this nomination would be the addition of a short but comprehensive, maybe sentence or two justification for how the extensive loss of integrity of materials, design, and workmanship on the rear, the west facade, doesn't preclude the property's ability to convey significance related to Arthur H. Beavers. I don't know if we have a photo, Katie, that we could show kind of the back section there. So the nomination does a great job of describing the alteration. I think it could be strengthen the integrity argument by explicitly stating why the massive change to that rear elevation is considered non-essential to the house's criterion significance. So a specific, what would be needed, I think, is what I would recommend is an explicit argument that for a house conveying the social status and civic association, that rear elevation, which faces away from the civic environment and of the street, and it was more of a private and service space. It's not an essential physical feature that's necessary to convey the significance. So I think the fix here would be for the preparer to consider inserting just a short sentence or two immediately following the discussion of a contemporary rear addition that explicitly articulates why the altered west facade and the loss of its original design and materials do not compromise the house's ability to convey the criteria B significance. And I drafted up some possible text, just a sentence or so that I think would fulfill that. And understanding our time will not. And then what that does, that addresses the missing element. It adds the focus on the essential physical features. It defends the loss of design and materials, and it draws on that internal evidence that you already have in there. Moving on to the description. The description provides comprehensive information. One of the questions that we're to ask is, are the appropriate and best sources used? Absolutely, yes. The sourcing used is appropriate, it's robust, it relies heavily on verifiable primary and local records. There's good documentation of physical facts and alterations, good substantiation of claims. Another question that we ask is, are the key dates and facts accurate? So the key dates defining the historic association of the property, they're clearly stated and appear accurate based on the documented evidence. Start date beginning 1891, the year that the house was completed, and the end date, the period of significance, ended in 1908. This was mentioned, marking the end of Beaver's association with the house and when he and his family moved out. So it really does represent the quote most productive time of his career and civic leadership in Portland. Now, the SHPO review indicated that a few areas where the detail and completeness could use a bit of enhancement. And so these are, I noted that these were addressed adequately. But one request for revision, I think, could benefit from a little more clarification. The SHPO had specifically noted the construction materials of non-original windows, the small windows above the front porch and those in the addition. And it's only partially, in my reading, addressed and implied. The windows in the 2006 edition, the west facade, are described as a pair of square awning windows and a double hung window, but those materials aren't specified. So although context, it certainly implies that they're contemporary. I think the quick fix here would be to just edit the two sentences on each 5 to include the materials of these 2 windows. Now, in the category of the significance and context, and this is kind of the appropriateness of criterion, I find this nomination demonstrates a strong rationale for listing the property under criterion B. The guidelines establish that property is nominated under criteria B must be associated with the lives of persons whose contributions can be justified as significant within a defined area of history. And its nominated property must represent the individual's contributions during their productive life. I find that this does so. So one of the questions that we're asked here is, has the appropriate criterion been used? Yes, I think criterion B has been used. It does focus, the nomination focuses on the contributions of this specific individual, Arthur H. Beavers, in the area of commerce and social history at the local level. The application is appropriate because the significance is tied to his individual achievements and influence rather than merely reflecting a broad pattern or history or a neighborhood, populated by lots of prominent people, which would suggest a different criteria, maybe a combination of criteria of A and B. The nomination it emphasizes his personal accomplishments and his leadership. I won't go into detail, but we heard hints of some of those earlier. And because the justification rests on his specific individually important actions rather than just the general prominence of a class of citizens, criteria B is the correct choice. Now, the documentation's depth, particularly concerning the area of significance of commerce, I think could be enhanced just a bit to fully satisfy the most rigorous expectations of the bulletin. So has the criterion been justified? That's one of the questions that we ask. Yes, I think the justification aligns well with the key guidelines for demonstrating significance of association. I won't go into greater detail there. One thing to note, though, the guidelines specifically require that the contributions of individuals must be, quote, compared to those of others who are active, successful, prosperous, or influential in the same field. So it's not enough to show that an individual ran a successful business unless that accomplishment is a, quote, significant achievement in the community in comparison with the activities and accomplishments of others. So what arguably I think could use a little strengthening is more of a detailed commercial comparison. So while the nomination, it identifies Clauset Devers as the leading tea, coffee, and spice importer, and notes that Devers is one of only two Portlanders listed among those pioneer coffee roasters of the West Coast. It doesn't quite analyze deeply enough to me how the firm or Devers' individual role in its distinguished itself from the numerous local competitors operating in Portland during that period of significance. So the text does note that there were 12 distributors in 1902 and about 15 new firms by 1908. That's a great start. It's kind of building from that. The justification for significance in commerce rests largely on quotes citing the firm's prominence and Devers' national recognition in the industry, but it could use some more detailed explanation of how the success of Clauset and Devers beyond that vacuum can innovation differentiated the firm's growth, the scope from the other major importers in Portland during that period, making the individual commercial contribution less definitively distinguished, which that's the key requirement of the guidelines. So kind of it's akin to there's an unacceptable example. This is not an unacceptable example, but there's an unacceptable example shown in the guidelines on page 7 where a nomination fails to explain an individual's individual significance with his profession. So what does this mean? Why? I think there's a need for a specific comparison between Clauset and Devers and its local competitors, which then is necessary to show that Devers' business success was a, quote, significant achievement in the community. I think the fix to it is rather easy. Including a comparative statement drawing together some of the existing facts about the firm's dominance and visibility in the section on coffee, spices, and tea business in Portland. And I have a sample sentence with you that I think could possibly help fulfill that. And also consider including reference to that really cool caricature of Devers, the figure 14. Going through it, at least I couldn't find in the nomination text where figure 14 was cited in the narrative. And I think it's evidence that he had achieved a level of public stature. And we can show it there, a public stature sufficient to be lampooned or celebrated in the press. And so that confirms that the combined business success and resulting civic achievements constituted this distinctively significant role in the community's history. So what is it that caricature visibly says? Let's see, moving forward here, I think the other guidelines we have, direct association is shown, productive life connection is shown, how the property represents significance. I think it's certainly demonstrated. The comparison to other properties, I think, is well done. Another question in this category that we are to ask is is the context sufficient in breadth and depth to support the claims of significance? Yes, I find that the factoring in those previously noted observations, that the context provided in the nomination is sufficient in breadth and depth to support claims of local significance in both commerce and social history. Another question that we are to ask is the narrative history complete and of the appropriate detail? And yes, I think it's very complete and contains appropriate detail, particularly regarding that period of significance. I think it could benefit from just a couple of small tweaks in the narrative history. Completeness, yes, I think it's very complete. I think the appropriate detail is all there. So under the category, the narrative efficiency and the scope, kind of a chronological argument. And this shows up in some of the suggested revisions from the others. It's not a formal criteria to be violation or anything, but the nomination does retain some sections that have been flagged earlier for being not essential or repetitive. And there's a potential there for them to detract from that really focused narrative that is required by the guidelines. So, for instance, the two sections, the history of Northwest Portland and Nob Hill, Slabtown, are still retained. While local history context is essential for less known local figures like Devers, maintaining sections that repeat neighborhood development information, I think, can dilute and focus on the individual's specific contributions, which can dilute the focus on individuals' specific contributions, which is that core mandate of a criterion nomination. So I think the recommended fix for that is to streamline your narrative by removing the generalized sections and integrating any of that necessary geographic context directly into the individual stories. So there's specifically there's some of the such the contextual detail about the contrast between wealthy Nob Hill and the developing area of the Devers house. Consider condensing and relocating that into the beginning of the section of Devers family in Northwest Portland. That would just, to me, would ensure that the text immediately links the geographic context to his emerging status. There was also a request to move information about Devers' work with the Manufacturers Association earlier in the civic leadership section to align better with the chronology. That doesn't appear to be addressed, so I would suggest maybe consider moving that forward, and that would just align and support that tight narrative chronology that the preparer has so aptly prepared. There is a small missing detail. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it a missing detail, but regarding the status indicators, so the unknown architect and builder, the architects and the builder are truly unknown, and we can't fix that. The documentation could possibly more proactively address the standard of substantiation to guideline 10 by explaining why this absence does not undermine the criterion argument. My suggested fix to this would be in the association with A.H. Devers section, which is page 11, to ensure the narrative clearly uses the cost and features as proxies for the unknown professional input, thereby defending the house's status as a representative property. So something to say that while the architect or builders are unknown, the house's substantial cost paired with high quality details such as the ornamental fireplace, the likely Lee Brothers stained glass windows, ensure that the property functions as a material representation for status in Portland society at the time of his contributions. Under facts and sources, the nomination uses a range of appropriate sources following the accepted methods of historical research and analysis, which is crucial for substantiating the significance of our criterion P. We are to ask, are the appropriate and best sources used? Yes, absolutely. I won't go into the detail there, but the primary sources, scholarly contextual works, and professional reference is top notch. Are the key dates and facts accurate? Yes, absolutely. In the technical section, there are only a couple of unresolved grammatical and formatting corrections. And I'm gonna document this long, it's pretty amazing that I got, there's a missing front parenthesis in one area and there's a missing comma. And I have those noted and we'll share those, but to document this like that is very, very notable. And there's some minor, oh yeah, that's minor punctuation would be the. Then in the supporting materials, I think the nomination visual documentation is really, really well done and it adheres to those professional standards. It really helps illustrate what it supports the nomination. A couple of things there, under the maps and drawings, figures 1 through 7, the figures 2, 3, and 6 to me would benefit from having a north arrow included as a key, kind of similar to what was included in figure 1. In those historic property views, so figures 8, 9, and 10, it's not required, but you might consider including the directional perspective of the views in those three, kind of similar to what you've done for the photographs section. So viewing from the northeast or a view of the southwest corner of the house, that would be helpful. Let's see. The rest is all the biographical contextual figures, great architectural photos, very commendable. I do want to point out that 2 of the photos, 3 and 5, were taken via a drone, which really provide the crucial context for the north facade and the southwest corner of the house. So kudos for providing those perspectives. Overall summary, I think the range of visual documentation spanning current architectural features, historic property changes, geographic context, and biographical context is highly comprehensive, and this reviewer meets the professional requirements for an adequately documented nomination. So with that, I'd like to turn it back to the chair for questions from other committee members.
Well done, Gregory. Thank you. Are there any other committee members of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation have any questions or comments for the applicant? Sarah, do you have any comments on the application?
Just generally, I thought it was really excellent. I really think, Brittany's I said, I thought it was really, an excellent nomination, and I really think your comprehensive review addresses everything and much more than I had, thought of. And I agree with you that anyone who has a caricature of themselves has to be significant. See, I think, I don't think there are any images, I'm sure there weren't available or you would have put them in, but I was wishing that there were some prior to 1971. And I was glad to hear that the owner, is, anticipating being able to remove that, to reconstruct that porch and off the addition, just because I think it would add to the architectural, attractiveness of the house, but I think that the nomination being under that criteria would be less influence. I thought it was really, I went by the house, actually, there was a tenant there inviting me in the house to see the fireplace. And it's really a lovely house and a wonderful nomination.
Thank you. Matt Dietrich, committee member, obviously, very well written, really well researched, organized really clearly. Definitely appreciate the list of alterations. That makes it very clear. The one thing I would suggest on top of everything that Greg suggested, really great review too, maybe try and make the connection to the current coffee and tea culture of Portland back to him. You mentioned it in your opening statements, but I'd like to see that a little bit more because Portland is very unique in that coffee culture. And with his association of being a coffee and tea purveyor, like make that connection and talk about how today we see a reflection of him in that culture.
You guys nailed it. I got nothing else to add.
Yeah, I also really like the nomination and the amazed that that house has retained so much of its original details despite it being used so many times and altered. Some of those characteristics are still in place. It's remarkable. And well, the one little issue I had with section 7 is I kind of like when I'm just reading it through. I like to know what has changed and when. And it's great to have the final summary of all the alterations. But it's kind of, when I'm reading through it, I'm like, is that original? So that helps me. And also, the 1947 duplex plans are wondering if those were available and whether that just gave us a little bit of insight about how it got changed in 47, like maybe that's when that balcony got closed in. If those are detailed enough, that might be useful. And I just like the nomination of a house that kind of reflects that rising importance of somebody and their aspirations. So it's kind of an interesting little part of, the social history and economic history of that neighborhood at the time. And that was well described. And the other thing I was gonna say is that as an archaeologist, I've looked at a lot of historic sites across rural parts of Portland. And sometimes we do find those Golden West coffee cans out there. So that brand of coffee was just like out in rural, being shipped to rural areas and being used by people out camping or shepherding or whatever. So
Thank you. Well written. Thank you for.
My only question, line of everything else that they've talked about, is the reflection of setting. I'm having a hard time with its integrity on setting because of all the major changes around it. So addressing that and making that a little bit stronger, the nomination would be helpful.
So, my name is Ian Johnson, and I serve as a staff member essentially through the thing. So, I noticed the nomination struggled a lot with it. It wasn't as fancy as a house as one might expect. It's ultimately impossible to know, but often folks from modest means historically just, in some cases, choose not to take on the trappings of maybe the station they present to. And I do not expect you to be able to find that, but I don't think it's necessary to justify the importance of this person through their material consumption. I think it could be done simply through their business and their business acumen, and as Greg has suggested. It could be this guy just had an idea of how much he was gonna spend on a house and that was it. Or how fancy he wanted it to be, or any number of things, and or could have chosen to take his money and reinvest it into his businesses. That may be traceable, probably not, but the business records would have been public and probably long gone. Or perhaps it could be traced indirectly into newspapers where he might have given to charity. Likely not. He may or may not have chosen to be, obvious about that. But I don't think I would continue to get wrapped around the axles about the house is not where we would expect it to be. It's not as fancy of a house, given kind of where he came from. I would certainly focus more on the business. And I think everyone who lands on that character or that cartoon, I think that's important because in the time before, mass media newspapers, you would have had to be well known enough to be recognized in a caricature and not just a photograph. So I think that's relatively significant. And as far as, his legacy going on, I'm not surprised. He disappeared in history. That happens to a lot of people. But also he did not have a large family to carry on his name and people to necessarily promote him. So I don't know that I would get wrapped up in that either and try to chase down a lot of that. I think if you feel confident that Marbury and Marnie need to do the research, it just might be one of those historical dead ends where the records don't exist, and that's where it is, so.
Any other committee members have anything else to say? Thoughts? John, you want to make a motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. I move that the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation recommend to the State Historic Preservation Officer that the A.H. Keeper's house be forwarded to the keeper of the National Register of Historic Places for listing in the National Register for its local significance, for its local significance under criteria B in the area of significance being commerce and social. Like to.
I second the motion.
We have a motion to forward the nomination with some minor adjustments to the keeper, the National Register, and a second.
Those online can't hear us. Get the mic.
Thank you for the reminder. We have a motion from Gregory Shine and a second from Sarah Monroe to forward the nomination for the Devers House to the keeper of the National Register, with the conditions as noted in Gregory's review and some considerations from the other commissioners, especially Mr. Johnson himself. I'm going to do a roll call of motions. I have a motion and a second. Was there any discussion before we do a vote? Okay, Cassie?
Aye.
Aye. Matt?
Aye.
Aye. Greg?
Aye.
Aye. Sarah? Aye. Aye. Gwen?
Aye.
Aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Aye. And Heidi? Aye. Great, yes. Congratulations. Thank you so much for preparing this nomination and recognizing the significance of this property and the individual and Mr. Dieters. Really well done. Thank you so much. We're a little over time, so if we could limit our break to 10 minutes, come back at 10:15, that would be wonderful.
I think you're good friends.
Oh, you know.
Which.
Welcome everybody back to your seat. Yeah, I'll get started with our agenda. Wonderful, thank you, everyone. We're going to return to our agenda. The next item is a presentation or an update from Ian Johnson on the state historic preservation plan. Turn it over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Chair Slaybaugh. Again, my name is Ian Johnson. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer, and I'm going to give a quick presentation here this afternoon. But first, I'd like to say again, thank you to the chairs and commission members. For this presentation, I'm going to go ahead and speak for about 20 minutes with hopefully a few moments for questions afterward, if you have them, or a brief discussion. I'm going to talk a little bit about what a SHPO is and our state historic preservation plan, give you a sense of what we accomplished in fiscal year 2024, which is the last year I have complete information for. Talk about a few highlights from 2025 and what we're looking forward to in 2026. And you also get to watch me try to fumble with paper and a computer at the same time, so that'll be fun. So the Oregon State Historic Preservation Office is part of OPRD, as you well know, we're all known collectively as Oregon Heritage. Oregon Heritage encompasses the federal and National Park Service programs, the state's preservation, culture, and heritage initiatives. And our mission is to preserve cultural resources and share their stories, building community identity statewide. We do this providing statewide leadership, technical assistance, funding and collaboration opportunities like this meeting and through all the work that these committees and commissions do. Every state has a state historic preservation office. It was created by the 1966 Historic Preservation Act, and it's administered by the National Park Service. Pictured here is Lyndon Johnson signing that into law. Every SHPO is the local administrator of the federal programs, but the National Park Service retains ultimate authority on those programs. So for instance, you just saw the SACHP consider a nomination. I get an opportunity to endorse it as well to make a recommendation to the Park Service, but the National Park Service will actually make the decision whether that is or is not listed in the National Register. And that's how those programs work. Park Service retains the ultimate authority on those programs. Now, while federal agencies under the Act do have obligations under the law, private individuals, the programs are honorific unless you take federal funds, then those come with obligations. So some of the federal programs that we administer under the Historic Preservation Act include maintaining the statewide register of historic places. This includes a restricted access database of archaeological sites only maintained by or maintained for the use by professional archaeologists. We also have the historic sites database. You may have seen that. That's forward facing out to the public. That's our list of districts, structures, and objects and buildings that have been surveyed across the state of Oregon. Important to point out about that database is it's a survey of everything that's been looked at. It's not a list of what's listed or eligible for National Register, although it does identify those properties. We do administer the National Register of Historic Places, which is the nation's official list of historic places. We oversee the federal and state tax incentive and grant programs, and also administer the covenants that protect the private public investment of funds in those places. We represent Oregon on federal actions that may impact historic properties. That's known as Section 106 review, and you'll hear a little bit more about that this afternoon. And we manage the Certified Local Government Program, which is a partnership between the federal government, the state government, local governments passing through funds, providing support for local preservation commissions. So our key state programs include the Oregon Heritage Commission and the Oregon Cemetery Commission represented here. We also have the Oregon Main Street Program, which leverages historic identity for downtown economic development. Mentor Corps, which provides organizations with technical assistance. And I think it's important when we're talking about Oregon Heritage, the umbrella is to kind of understand the real clear distinction between Oregon Heritage and what the SHPO does. Is the SHPO is bound to the Park Service to run those programs through a grant that we received through the Historic Preservation Fund, which really narrows what we focus on to some extent, even though there's a lot of overlap between what the SHPO does and what Oregon Heritage is trying to do as an organization. And the National Park Service programs are really focused on physical preservation of, historic places, buildings, structures, and objects. And really an emphasis on, all the supportive, educational materials or outreach or other kinds of things are kind of aligned with that. So if you look at our historic preservation plan, you'll see, while it incorporates a lot of the interests of the heritage community, it's really focused on those National Park Service programs. So outreach for our current plan, just a little bit background on that. That happened between 2024 and 2022 and August 2023. That outreach included an online survey, virtual meetings, and engagement with the folks that we call the heritage community, which includes tribal nations, federal, state, and local governments, academic institutions, museums and archives, and all sorts of folks who might have any kind of interest in historic places across the state. Like the previous plan, the new plan focuses on improving the administration of existing programs to better serve all Oregonians. But it's a little bit different in that it only addresses 4 broad preservation issues instead of 10. And those fewer, more clearly defined cultural resource issues are framed as problem or opportunity statements addressed by specific measurable goals that relate to the topic described in the issue statement. You also see the plan talks quite a bit of detail about how to carry those things out and also identifies partners to go ahead and participate. The plan is not a SHPO work plan. A lot of people make that, they think there's stuff for us to do in there, but it's not explicitly a SHPO work plan. It's really designed to kind of coordinate the statewide effort. So if you look through those goals, you'll get a sense of by the partners identified, the way it's laid out of, who else needs to participate to make those things successful. I'm going to go real quickly through the 4 issues and then go into a little bit what we accomplished in 2024. So issue 1 is building the heritage community. This goal seeks to strengthen organizations that preserve Oregon's past by supporting their leaders, staff, volunteers, and connections to an increasingly diverse community. Issue 2 is preservation planning and focuses on identifying, evaluating, designating, and treating or preserving cultural resources. And it does this by asking that we plan for those resources future and secure funds and other resources for their preservation. Issue 3 is a little wonky, but it's a big part of what the SHPO does. Federal, state, and local government statutes, rules, ordinances, and processes. And the goal here is really to improve the efficiency, transparency, and accountability of administering the cultural resource laws and encourage agencies to support preservation efforts. And issue 4, information technology, also wonky and maybe a little terrifying sometimes, but it's an important goal in the digital world. This goal is to develop statewide technological resources, including public databases for federal state programs, and to work to digitize historical records, documents, and collections. To achieve these goals, there's big emphasis again, working across the heritage community together. But it also expands the definition of what cultural resources are to try and unify the 2 programs. So yes, it addresses places and buildings and structures like you would expect for a historic preservation plan to do, but it also talks about archives and collections and traditional beliefs and practices and culturally significant natural resources. And also, there's 3 cross-cutting issues that kind of run through it, informed by our experience in prior years, in promoting inclusion and access, preparing for and responding to disasters, and integrating preservation planning. And there is, I think the last I saw, there's 1 copy of the plan back there. So if you want a print copy, fight over that one. I do think we have others if you would like them. But it's also available online. And that's how most people choose to pick it up. So go real quick through kind of what we've achieved in the last fiscal year. And fiscal year 2025 just ended September 30th. So this is the last year I have full information for. So under issue 1, we accomplished quite a bit. In 2024, we had the Heritage Conference in Forest Grove. It was the first in-person conference since 2018. And we had 270 participants. I know several of you were able to come to that. That was a great opportunity to work with the community there and all of our partners. Oregon Heritage recognized another heritage tradition, the Portland Saturday Market. And that highlighted that important community event. Coos Bay was celebrated as the next Heritage All-Store Community. And that designation, of course, recognizes a community's commitment to its history and culture. Grants remain a key way that we support the work out across the state. I won't read it to you, but you can see up on the slide there the different types of grants we offered and the total funds allocated. The Oregon Heritage Commission released the Addressing Harmful Content in Collections report on managing harm, trauma, and triggers in institutional records and collections. That's available online. The Historic Cemetery Commission sponsored statewide cleanups, and they also offered free workshops to assist communities. Mentor Corps provided service to 24 organizations, including advice on the collections and emergency preparedness and response and nonprofit management. We also published the Heritage Vitality Report, which identifies the top challenges facing Oregon organizations. And then the rural regional category of Oregon Main Street was established and serves communities now without the capacity for a full Main Street organization. I would hope you're familiar with a lot of those. That's that issue one kind of picks up a lot of the work that these groups do. And I always like to show this map here. I update it each year for similar presentations. This is just showing the distribution of our grants across the state. And so we work really hard to make sure that our funds and our services are spread out and that those programs remain accessible. And of course, all of you play a major role in that. Issue 2, preservation planning, identifying, evaluating, designating, and treating historic resources. A few highlights here. We listed 19 properties on the National Register in 2024. It was kind of 2024 was a payoff of many years of efforts and partnership between the statewide nonprofit Oregon Black Pioneers, local communities, the National Park Service, and the Oregon Cultural Trust. This is the number of properties associated with the African American community. Just a couple highlights. The Morrow House in Portland was recognized for its statewide significance for activist Beatrice Morrow Candidate, an early 20th century civil rights leader, founding member of the Portland NAACP, and editor of The Advocate. Also, Maxville was listed. We have the director, Gwen Trice, here with us. So that property was recognized. Also, a multiple property document was listed, and an associated property, the Gorman House, pictured here. That document was in partnership with all sorts of folks, but was funded by the National Park Service grant and the Oregon Cultural Trust. We also list Camp Namanu. I know I'm probably murdering that, but we're just gonna go with it. It was Oregon's first girls camp, founded in 1924 by Campfire Girls. And that's a 552-acre site that reflects the Progressive Era summer camp ideals for young women. Celebrated its 100th anniversary in 2024. And then Alger Theater in Lakeview was also listed. It was part of a much larger project that saw 4 World Historic Theaters listed in the National Register and funded 8 theaters for rehabilitation. So that was a great project to kind of pull together, identifying historic properties, evaluating them, designating them, and also treating them or providing for the preservation. We published a statewide historic context focusing on women's history, and we're currently working on with a contractor to write a statewide MPD focusing on women's labor, which you'll find out more about. Participating in the Oregon Department of Land Conservation Development's project advice goal 5 of the statewide land use planning goals. Before you yawn very loudly, that's actually pretty important. It's been a big piece of Oregon land use, and I think it's a great opportunity to bring up cultural landscapes and bring it into land use, and also that rule will, I believe, encourage compliance with the archaeological permit rule. As part of our efforts to encourage disaster preparedness and resiliency, we work with cities of Bend and Salem to create disaster plans addressing those communities' cultural resources. We also added 2,412 properties to statewide databases. Most of those are through the efforts of federal and state agencies that go and survey their historic properties as part of what we call federal undertakings or projects. And then we also look at a lot of projects for review. Under both the federal and state funds, we fund a lot of brick and mortar projects. In 2024, we reviewed 48 projects and monitored 6 protective covenants. One of our major functions is commenting on developing projects under federal state cultural resource laws, and issue 3 encompasses that. Last year, we commented on the eligibility of 2,888 historic properties. Now, when negative impacts to historic properties are unavoidable, we work with agencies to create a memorandum of agreement that mitigate impacts, and projects could include preservation, public education, documentation, and other projects. You see one of those projects here. This is a historic picture of the Salem Electric Substation. And it was listed in the National Register, or I should say sponsored, be listed in the National Register by the Bonneville Power Administration. We also developed program agreements with tribes, federal agencies, and interested parties to simplify the administration of the federal cultural resource laws, focus on key projects, and to provide certainty to agencies and partners. Last year, we completed a lot of agreements, and we continue to work on many at any given time. We're currently working on a standardized templates, best procedures, and help guides to help support staff and agencies for these creating these documents. We're also refining programmatic agreements with our federal and state partners to focus on the projects that are most likely to impact historic resources and ensure that these documents include strong resource protection provisions, and also that they address emergency response and inclusive public engagement. To give you a sense, it takes about 18 to 24 months. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have a breakdown of how many of those historic properties were archaeological sites versus built environment resources?
I could, if I had the database here, but yeah.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
I'd like to know that.
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely a breakdown in the future. Whoops, I think that's the slide. Issue 4. Technologies and tools here. A long time goal, like over a decade of our office, has been to replace our Microsoft Access database with a single online GIS-based system. That project, Heritage Hub, officially began last year. It's going to allow users to submit information, track projects, and help staff respond more efficiently. And it's going to include all of our programs. We're currently writing system requirements and expect to see the release of a request for proposals early next year, 2026. And the new system is anticipated to launch in 2028. There'll be public outreach throughout the process. We also continued our partnership with Northwest Digital Heritage, an online archive of photos, recordings, and documents for museums and archives across the region. The archive reached 1 million records in early 2025, despite ongoing funding challenges. It still remains an exceptional resource. I'm sure all of you are aware of it. We continue to support it, and we're hoping that it kind of navigates itself out of its current challenges. Our paper survey and record digitization project is still ongoing, and I think we've almost got it nailed. It's been a 15-year project. I started it when I was in Katie Abrams' role. We've made substantial progress. Some records are being transferred to more appropriate institutions for long-term care. That same year in 2024, we received a U.S. Forest Service grant to digitize archaeological site records on federal lands, began that work. That's something that we're consistently doing is digitizing work. We have a pretty large backlog of paper and digital files, so we're trying to get rid of them. So what did we do in 2025? Like I said, the federal fiscal year just ended on the 30th, so I have just a couple of highlights here. So we this last year, we actually completed the grant portion for the U.S. Forest Service data entry project that I just mentioned. We still have some records to digitize, so we're seeking funds to go ahead and do that. We also substantially finished, or as best we can figure, finished digitizing our own records, although I swear we continue to find just one more and one more all the time. So that might be a project that continues. We listed 12 properties in the National Register, including relisting the Hughes Flying Boat or the Spruce Goose. It got delisted after it got moved from its location in California to Oregon without permission from the National Park Service. That got relisted at the Inbuilt Air Museum. We worked with the city of Cottage Grove, also a Heritage All-Star community, to develop the community preparedness survey. So the study is an in-depth community survey of over 300 properties and builds on the 2020 disaster resilience plan, and identifies properties potentially eligible for listing on the register, provides tailored recommendations for disaster resilience. And that is a template or approach that we are currently developing, and we'll be kind of rolling out more on that as that tours. And we also continue to provide grants. You can see one of our grantee projects there, a pretty dramatic photo. Actually, I think that one shows really well. We also supported 17 organizations across the state with the Mentor Corps program, and we continue to hold major statewide events with our partners. Just last week for the Oregon Main Street Conference, and of course, this event now. So looking ahead into 2026, I really see just kind of opportunities and challenges. I think it's like any year, really. You heard Matt talk earlier this morning about some of the funding challenges that we're facing. And that's certainly something that weighs on our mind. We received our fiscal year 2025 grant, but with the government shutdown and continued debate about the budget, we're not unclear when we may or may not receive those funds. And of course, the agency budget woes do impact us as well. We have reduced or ended the contracts with our temporary staff at the Oregon SHPO and haven't backfilled my position, which was the associate deputy SHPO as of yet. So we're down about 4 people, and I don't know that I expect, at least in the short term, to recover those positions. Also, we did not receive our lottery funds for the Oregon Main Street Grant Program for 2027, but to be clear, we have funds to award in fiscal year 2026. The Oregon Legislative Fiscal Office made that mistake too, so we are informing them that there's still money in the bank, but those funds will be coming out. Despite tighter resources, we're gonna still continue to do the work. We're gonna make improvements and provide services throughout the state. I've been at the state for, it's gonna be 19 years in February, and this is what happens. There's different rounds of budget cuts and whatnot, and I think in many ways, we're actually as well or better resource than we have been in the past. The agency's made a commitment to us through Heritage Hub and other programs, so I believe we're in a good spot. Our preservation plan goals are gonna remain the same, though we are gonna adjust our targets to match our capacity. It is a 10-year plan, so I do believe we'll be able to catch up on a lot of things on the backside. But in the meantime, we're gonna be working on a variety of things, really focusing on Heritage Hub. That's gonna be our big project, big efficiency, but also Microsoft is ending support for Access, so it's kind of being forced to find something new. While that's still a couple years off, we are gonna be working on a lot of bridging projects, so making our processes more efficient on the backside, improving our submission processes and other things to just make sure we're using our resources as wisely as possible. We're also pursuing outside partnerships and funding. We received a very modest $10,000 grant from the Bureau of Land Management. And BPA, Bonneville Power Administration, will cover staff travel to the meetings they would like us to attend, so that helps us converse costs. And again, day to day, we're focusing on the high impact projects and state priorities. The governor has asked the SHPO to focus on housing production and disaster preparedness. And we'll be doing that as it aligns with our duties and our existing initiatives. And for 2026, we're looking forward to, I mentioned, working on Heritage Hub, but also continuing our efforts to list properties in the National Register, including publishing the Women's History MPD. And we're also relaunching the Special Assessment Program. That's our state tax program. It lapsed for a year. And it got passed, and we wrote rules for it, and reopening for applications on November 1 with the benefit to take effect July 1 next year. We'll also advance our work in the Oregon Preservation Plan. Kate's gonna talk about that, or has talked about that. And we're gonna continue to publish useful guides and resources and templates and continue with our grant programs and host intent events. Although with our budget constraints and resource constraints, you'll, as commissioners, you'll hear your staff talk about, or maybe we ask for your thoughts on trade-offs or how we, best and better use our funds and resources. So that's the end of my presentation. If there's any questions on anything I just spoke about or anything that I might have sparked interest in but didn't fully address, happy to take those. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Now we're gonna move over to other statewide plans that guide heritage preservation work in Oregon, the Oregon Heritage Plan. Katie Henry, along with Ellen Plumquist and Ariella Dahl, sorry, butchering probably the first and last name. Consultants with Current and West will lead us through an input session to help update the Oregon Heritage Plan.
Hello, thanks for having us today. Excited to be with all of you. My name is Ellen Plumquist. I'm a facilitator from Currents and West. Joined by my colleague and co-facilitator, Ariel Dolan. Purpose of today is really kind of to share some updates on the development of the Oregon Heritage Plan and to get all of your input and feedback on the past plan goals as we're conducting the statewide update. We're gonna do a lot of discussion today. Hopefully you all have a lot of energy on a Friday, so take a deep breath, take breaks when you need to. We have an hour together, want to make the most of this time. I do have just some discussion guidelines as we work together, so really listening to understand, asking questions to clarify, respect each other's values, interests, and viewpoints. You all have unique perspectives, come from different spaces. Be mindful of your speaking time. If you're someone who's known to just continually speak up and share your ideas and opinions, that's awesome. But we want to make sure folks that need a little bit more time to process or maybe a little more shy and have their space as well. Bring your concerns and interests into this space. This is the only opportunity we have with all of you. Obviously, you can share comments and feedback with Katie at any time, but we want to make sure that you're sharing your ideas with us now and that we can make sure that they get into this plan update. And as I said, take care of yourself, take a stretch break, get water, whatever you need. I'm going to turn it over to Katie just for some quick background and context. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it from here because I have my computer in front of me. Thank you, Ellen and Ariella, for coming today in person. And it's been very, very, very nice to have the ability to work with consultants on this process. Because I think it helps with the bias we might have too, a little bit. As Ian mentioned, the Oregon Heritage has two statewide plans under our umbrella. We heard about the one prior to this one. We also have the Oregon Heritage Plan, which the Oregon Heritage Commission is charged with developing and updating its statute. The statewide plan is different, as we all know, from an organizational strategic plan. And it goes beyond a single entity, it goes beyond the commission. It identifies critical goals to move forward after a process of gathering and analyzing data, part of the reason we're here today in this activity. And it's asking the entire heritage preservation community to consider these goals in their work that they're doing and how it might help or even help frame their work so we can move the goals forward. So the commission incorporates these in our planning, just like we hope other statewide entities and service organizations and local organizations would consider them in their plans and the work that they do. In 2020, the plan had quite a shift in structure compared to previous plans with 4 broad goals intended to provide space for organizations to connect with those goals in whatever way they could with the varied capacity that exists across the heritage preservation community. So for this particular update, so it went 2020 through 2025. For the 2026 update, we are using these 4 goals as a basis for evaluation through input sessions like we're doing here today, in-person discussion groups with established local and regional networks, which we know from the Vitality Study is a really trusted, awesome resource for the folks in their region to engage and be supported by a local group. And we have a survey out. I don't know if you guys have seen me throw little pieces of paper at you the past 2 days and sit them in front of your face. That is for Oregon residents to fill out, which is a big shift in the audience we talk to. So as I said yesterday, anybody you pass on the streets of Oregon that has a pulse, feel free to throw a survey at them because it's really trying to get as many Oregonians as possible.
Because that data will be really useful, not only for the plan, but I think for the local heritage organizations as well. And the questions that we're asking, which for the first time ever, I have heard, it took me so little time to fill out this survey. Yeah, that's fine, we did it. So the vitality study was a huge body of information in 2024. So we decided not to give a survey to heritage organizations since we made them fill out a much longer survey, longer than 7 minutes, in 2024. And, I would say that, it worked out really well that we had this joint meeting, so we could, because I think the input of these, 4 bodies, state bodies, with the range of heritage interests you represent, this is a really great moment for us to be able to do this input session for the heritage plan. So thank you for participating, and I'm gonna hand it over to you guys to facilitate the rest of the activities.
Great. So I'll just give a preview of how the meeting's gonna go today. You should all have an agenda in front of you, but we just did kind of our background and overview. We are going to go goal by goal. So the goals are on your agenda. And then we have a series of discussion questions as well, which should be at the end of your agenda that you can refer to. We'll also have the goals up on screen. But we only have an hour, so we're just going to open it up. You can respond to any of these discussion questions. We won't go in order, and we'll go goal by goal. So I'm just gonna give a quick overview of the discussion questions, make sure no one has any clarifying questions. So first, does this goal resonate with your organization, the community you serve? Does anything need to be changed? How have you been working to achieve this goal? Are there any examples you would like to share? What are some of the barriers you have faced trying to achieve this goal? What solutions could remove these barriers? And what is one outcome you would like to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years or see others achieve? Any clarifying questions about what we're here to do? Okay, great, let's dive in. So our first goal is expand the narrative of history told and preserved in the state to capture previously excluded or marginalized voices for a more complex and accurate depiction of Oregon's historical events. The desired outcome for this goal is that more stories from previously excluded or marginalized voices are developed and shared. Quickly turn to Katie if you have any context to add.
I do not.
Okay, great. So let's dive in. Any responses to that list of questions for goal 1? So maybe, does this goal resonate with you? Do you have any changes or updates you would want to see made? And Ariel is going to capture feedback. Yeah, take a minute. Yep, Heidi.
Yes, the goal resonates with us. From the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, we've been really trying to get those untold stories incorporated into the National Register nominations. So we've been pushing applicants, if they haven't done that already, to dig a little bit deeper and include those.
Great, thank you. Other ideas, other feedback, it can be to any of these questions. Or maybe how have you been working to achieve the goal, or how have you seen others working to achieve it?
I think the current grant, NEH grant to the University of Oregon's Oregon Digital Newspaper Program, focusing on non-English newspapers, marginalized communities, address this pretty directly.
That's a great example of that. And what are you living?
I'll share that on the Oregon Heritage Commission, we passed a resolution recently on tribal engagement to make sure it's very much goal 1, and we're including more voices, specifically tribal voices, in all the work that we do on the Oregon Heritage Commission.
Maybe, thank you. Others?
I think the biggest barrier we run into is just the lack of documentation. Also, where do we find those voices? Where do we find the marginalized communities to get their stories told.
Do others have ideas or want to build off that at all? Yeah. Jacqueline?
I'm a member of the Oregon Chinese Diaspora Project and we've been working all across the states looking at archaeological sites and historical monuments of them. Chinese diaspora and Chinese American citizens have been in the state.
No, they're gonna go, thank you.
Just generally.
She's talking about, working with the Chinese Diaspora Project. Yeah, and how that has increased, awareness of that history across the state.
That's something when our high school public.
I think the barrier right now is. I think the barrier, a barrier right now is working with, Latinx communities that, for any number of reasons.
Yeah. Great example, other barriers, maybe along with this, yeah.
So some of the barriers I'd like to highlight, are one, these excluded and marginalized communities. If we're trying to include these voices, there's not enough funding. The grants that we have are not sufficient to support that work, and it's essentially an unfunded request that we're asking of these communities. So it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. And a couple $100 or $1,000 isn't gonna be enough to support that work. Someone needs to be in those communities to help support that, or to provide money to support that work. There's also challenges to confidentiality for some of these communities, information that is important to the history of this area is also sometimes sensitive and not necessarily appropriate to share in a wide audience, but still needs to be acknowledged as important. So I think we need to do a better job of challenging ourselves to find ways to do that in a sensitive and respectful way that also acknowledges that history and importance to those communities. Which we can't do if we're not including those communities directly, which gets back to that first point. And I think, was it Marie, your point about, not just the Latinx communities, but a lot of communities right now are, rightly hesitant to speak up, about anything, given the current, conditions of our, society, and, speaking up about anything right now puts a lot of members of our community at risk. Politically, physically, and financially. So I think that's another challenge. I don't think we have a way to support that, but I do want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, and I'm curious too if others have ideas about how to do that in a safe way or guidelines that could be created, please share. But let's go to, yeah, Gregory.
Building on that, have those in your, the open house, in the open houses that you've had, have those questions been asked? Have people from underrepresented communities attended those, and have those questions been asked to them?
So primarily our discussion groups right now have been held, more about the folks doing community work. So more agencies, CBOs, that type of thing. If this issue has come up. So, and I am curious to see from the survey results, what kind of information we get as well, but I wanna ask Katie as well, she's been holding more of those discussion groups, I don't know if you heard anything or.
Well, and I think what this is making me consider is, the ways that we can support that goal could be an outcome or a strategy, which was to talk to the groups that, would be concerns. So, yeah.
Really, okay, this one take maybe 1 more minute on this goal. So if anyone has additional feedback, can be to any of those questions. And you will have an opportunity after the meeting. Katie's gonna put some posters on the wall if you have more ideas while sticking there and add. I am right behind you.
I have a question, and I couldn't tell if this was more goal 1 or 2 because they start to overlap, but I was thinking about, so including more voices. This is people sharing, but I wondered about efforts to expand the group's learning and making sure that in those areas, we're meeting marginalized communities as well.
And access. Yeah, that's the one. So, yeah. Last comments or ideas? Okay, I'm gonna keep this moving. I'm gonna make sure we have plenty of time to get to all the goals. So,
Oh, don't trip.
I won't. The goal 2 is strive to engage more community members and visitors in local heritage by increasing awareness of resources and making them available to diverse audiences and potential stakeholders. Desired outcome for this is that heritage organizations evaluate who is in their community and take intentional steps to decrease barriers and increase access. Jump in.
I'm actually gonna do a call-in moment here, and I'm gonna take a step away from this, from the goal itself, and I wanna take a moment to talk about thoughtful language. The word stakeholder has a really fraught, history in racism, colonialism, and sexism, and I encourage us to all find different language to use that is more inclusive and thoughtful of our community that we're speaking to, especially when we're talking about trying to increase access to marginalized communities, and we are trying to engage our community members and visitors to our local heritage. ODOT has issued guidance that we're not going to use that language, period. I would encourage everybody to consider that and to think about that kind of language when we're going forward. That said, so one of the things that I have, going back to the goal, I have encouraged the SACHP on a number of occasions, and we just talked about this yesterday. Increasing access to heritage, to me, looks like going to the places where people go to get information. That's the internet, that's social media, and I think that we can do a better job of speaking to people in the places that they're at. I know that we don't have capacity, we don't have funding to do those sort of things. But I do encourage us to do a better job of doing that.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we're really open to any feedback about the language of these goals. That's all part of this update, right? It's being really intentional and considering the words you're using. Yeah, question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanna do this one, I just wanted to add a little bit on what Cassidy said too, is just the language for how we identify groups of people. As well as to, if we're not positive, and just to find out how people choose to be addressed. For instance, I just wanted to bring up the word Latinx is not generally welcoming for Hispanic community. So it's just another great example of how do we want to be seen and how do we want to honor each other in these spaces as we dig for purchase for everyone.
Yeah, thank you for your
Building on earlier comments there, this is a good opportunity where we can squeeze in the digital access and engagement as well. So in order to increase that access, providing digital formats, I think is really key here, and also different languages.
Yeah, and that's ties back to the funding challenges and like creative ways to get around that, and so we provide resources. Thank you. Yeah, Carrie.
I just wondered how are we also incorporating other groups and what they're doing, like the K-12 project and their trunks and some of that stuff we learned about the other day, and which seems another way of reaching people.
Great, thank you. Okay, folks, we haven't heard from yet. Any thoughts or ideas? I might start calling on you, so. Goal is to hear from everyone.
both Sarah's and the ideas. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was thinking more, in terms of, like Timberline Lodge, where they have, now on their staff, someone who is, I don't know that it would be too strong to say a tribal liaison, but is reaching out more to the Grand Ronde, Warm Springs tribes to try to engage, the tribes more in the interpretation of, the history of the lodge, which had kind of excluded, Native Americans, local Native Americans particularly. And, a lot of, one of the design things is actually, the use of Indian symbols without, directly, with, had input from those groups.
That's a perfect example of how people are working to achieve the goal.
Which they're trying to address.
Yeah. A few more minutes on this one, any other ideas or barriers, challenges, language changes to the goal?
Yeah, sorry. The other thing that I've shared with, staff and I encourage, for the team to consider as you're thinking about how to engage the community and meeting people where we're at. We already talked about the digital element, about social media. So in my previous role as, at Coquel, I used to work as TIPO for Coquel. One of the things that I actively did, was when, SHPO or others sent me culture resources information, I would type up a newsletter article and I posted it in the tribe's newsletter. I did that because I had enough capacity, I had the know-how and, the connections to do that. And I knew the community was interested. Not everybody, not all of the tribes have that capacity or that time. Not everybody has the staff. I encourage more engagement through those venues. The tribes have those newsletters, they have Facebook engagements where they can actually do, outreach to their membership, not just to their staff and government representatives. And that's a really good way to get to those tribal representatives. We have, I think in the 12 years that I've been, in this community, I have only seen one instance, two instances, I guess, where, there was some directed outreach to tribal members, for heritage resources, and that was specifically about something that the tribe put forward themselves. And so I would love to see, when we're talking about, targeting community members, hosting town halls, offering to the tribes to host town halls for resources that are of interest and things like that. So additional.
A great example of something you'd like to see in the future. All right. I'm gonna move us to the next goal. Hopefully this would be very fast. And Ariella kind of facilitate the next two.
All right, so goal number 3 is to share the economic, cultural, and educational value of heritage with the public and decision makers. To inspire awareness, funding, and respect for long-term preservation of Oregon's heritage. The desired outcome is heritage organizations recognize and communicate the value of their work. Any discussion questions for the user? Oh, sorry. Same discussion questions for these. Any thoughts, reactions? Examples, Frederick?
I think this goal resonates with our committee, Historic Preservation Committee. I think specifically with the, when it comes to National Register listings. A lot of times, a lot of people, including my family members, don't necessarily recognize the value that a National Historic, that a National Register listing provides. That it is a benefit, but sometimes the two is, oh, it's something negative. Oh, I don't want to have that house listed because then I can't. So I think that this presents us with an opportunity to better share and what is the value that having a National Register listing, what that brings to a community, to a particular site.
The great example of how to share value. In the grant committees.
How can we share that information? What can we do as a committee, as a group to let people know that there is, you know, the myths, to get away from the myths and to share what the benefit is.
Does anyone have any idea?
I would suggest that possibly that role is up to those, properties that are not actually nominated, would be the recipient of those national register. That, the role of our committee would be to encourage that activity taken by the nominated.
Any other ideas? Go ahead.
No.
Maybe.
I'm always challenged with this in Bend is getting the public and decision makers on board with preservation. So maybe sharing out, like you're saying, like the success stories and getting outside people outside of Bend or me, telling them like it's important, some sort of national leadership maybe, as opposed to just state leadership, sharing out the importance of preservation, and respecting our Oregon heritage.
This is good. All right, I know I'm talking a lot. So I think one of the things that I have seen, I think we can do a better job of saying this is, not only this is what it does, but this is what it doesn't do. To Greg's point, we see a lot of fear of, oh, if I list my house, I'll never be able to put a fence up. If there's an archaeological site on my property, I'll never be able to add an addition to my garage, or an archaeological site means I can't change the siding on my house. So there's a lot of confusion about that, and really explaining what it doesn't do will eliminate a lot of that confusion, I think. I just want to call out too, I think this goal also speaks really well to the grant committees that we do. So really saying, hey, this is the value, and this is how we can support you in promoting that. And when you're talking about sharing the value, what it doesn't do, is that towards policy decision makers, or is that towards the general public? Community.
Do you guys think listing those types of value, limits the types of value when people look at that goal?
So it's value based on whose perspective.
Like if we just say economic, cultural, and educational, even though we may mean those as examples, but in the way it's worded, does it feel like
It's limited.
it's limited? Okay. I didn't come up with that. That was a comment somebody else made once. I'm not going back to it, sorry.
I saw a couple heads nodding.
I mean, I think it has potential to be limiting.
Going for that.
Yes. I do believe that we have some examples, but I think it does have the potential to be limiting if, when we all come to see that, we think of those in our heads, and maybe we don't have any others that come up, but others, it's very specific, they're coming from a complete different perspective that should be addressed or should be celebrated along with the other. So I don't know how to fix that, but first of all, to start with just the awareness that it has potential.
Thanks, Gwen. What about folks online? Does anyone online have any ideas? Thoughts?
talked about some barriers. Are there any examples of success so far? Lisa?
One thing I was thinking about is that in Tillamook County, we have the Tillamook County History Alliance. And it meets with all of the local, all of Tillamook County, and we really focus on local stuff. And it would be great to bring this stuff in and to be talking about it on a regular basis with all of these people and seeing how they can make some suggestions for our community on how we can break down barriers, get access for people. We don't really talk about that a lot.
And some outside perspective and communication. Give it one more minute if anyone has any, we can do it. We'll move this on to goal 4. So goal 4 is to pursue professional standards and best practices related to heritage processes, standards, and organizational management to ensure healthy, sustainable heritage organizations. The desired outcome is heritage organizations increase organizational capacity.
We've talked about this in the Oregon Heritage Commission a few times as it's come up, this with the concept of best practices being very limiting. Because who are any of us to say what's the best practice among any community? So that's something I think we'll need to address language with.
Do you have any suggestions for other language?
Well, I think it depends on what the goal ends up being, if we even keep this type of goal, because in reading the sheet here, it talks about the desired outcome. I didn't, oh, I'm sorry, it's up there as well. I don't see how that desired outcome connects with best practices or professionalized practices. So maybe I'm kind of thinking on a fly here, but when I was reviewing this over the past couple of days, again, I'm not seeing that connection, so I'm not even sure if that's an appropriate stance to take if we're trying for that outcome.
I'm not sure if you want to share more about the thinking of how the outcome relates to this goal.
Well, I mean, I don't wanna actually. I probably already put bias when we had this discussion out there for this one.
Yeah.
But for the outcomes, I don't wanna put bias in there, but applying it to everything has been something we talked about, and in fact, that discussion came up at a meeting at the joint meeting in Enterprise, just to bring it around full circle to this problem.
Maybe. Very quickly, we were talking about oral histories in our Heritage Commission meeting 2 years ago and about best practices, and we're like, there is no best practice for oral history. There are professionalized standards of if you're wanting to maintain it for a long time, or if you want to just have certain parameters on it, but if that, anything like that is increasing barriers. So if we're trying to remove barriers, then we have to not set specified standards.
So I think we have Sarah and then I think there's Lana.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that, I as well had a hard time connecting the desired outcome to the goal. I think maybe the goal is a little broad. You know, what professional standards and best practices are we talking about? You know, from a collections manager, I can talk about it from a collections standpoint, but I'm not sure that we're getting that down, you know, in the weeds with this plan. And connecting that to organizational capacity, I mean, that definition is a little broad to me as well. Defining organizational capacity, are we talking about more staff or, you know, that doesn't connect to the goal for me. Yeah, I think that's, they're rambling now, right now. I might come back there.
That's great. Trying to find the balance between being too prescriptive, also with
Right.
some detail.
Yeah, yeah.
I saw a hand. Yes, regarding. Oh, that's his hand, right?
I think, my position, I've always been pretty vocal about this, at least when we're talking about state agencies and especially Oregon SHPO's responsibilities. The goal for this in particular is an important element to best practices when State Historic Preservation Office, ODOT, OWEB, DSL, these agencies have strict responsibilities under state and federal law to pursue protection, compliance, management of cultural resources, heritage resources. The staffing capacity is insufficient, and we see that of the however many projects, I should say that of 100 projects, we see half, a third, I don't know, are not getting responded to or getting responded to in a delayed response, and that results in either delayed projects, increased project costs, and or damage to significant sacred and irreplaceable resources. And I think if we're talking about pursuing best practices, really is, to me, not just meeting the minimum requirement under the law, but doing best practices. That means having appropriate organizational capacity and staffing, and it's not just staffing, but funding and support and all of the other things that go along with it. So that's just.
I wonder whether, to kind of consider several points of view here. It's a little bit really close. I wonder if one of the considerations to address several points of view here would be to change the word pursue to something like understand or acknowledge. Yeah, access would be another, because there are professional standards, regardless of, there are established best practices based on expertise and guidelines. A little bit broader.
As I read this goal, I think of it, the perspective of like a county historical society or a local historical society, this being a real aspirational goal, in Iowa. So I was thinking that it could lead to institutional memberships to professional organizations like the AASLH and the National Council on Public History or something like that. I think the desired outcome, I wonder if it's too late to make edits to those. I guess that.
No, we are absolutely, yeah. So this is the 4 goals from 2020 that we all evaluate to make draft goals for Georgia right now.
Gotcha, great. I see the same challenge of the connection there, and I wonder if, and then being a former federal employee, that increasing the capacity is not always a viable option there. So I don't know if we want to limit ourselves to an increase as far as the desired outcome, but maybe looking at heritage organizations that we, if there's an increase, maybe it's an increase in understanding or skill level or professional development that would be included there. Otherwise, I wouldn't necessarily just tie that. I don't know how much success we'll have in tying something to increasing capacity.
Maybe it's a support.
Maybe it's support or make more efficient or.
Really fast, I have a question about the word professional. It came up, and I was talking to a group of mostly all volunteer organizations where the word professional was talked about because it usually implies somebody's being paid to do that. So I'm curious if there's the industry or there's another word, or how anybody, if that is a concern, anybody else would have. Figure it out.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Well, yeah, because a professional means to me that what I do, I'm good at what I do. And so I'm always striving, but if you have volunteers, then you're saying they're not professional.
Right.
But it's also limiting because I keep thinking every organization, I don't care whether you're Rotary, Lions, whatever, you're struggling to survive and finding new people. And the only way we're gonna do that is education and bringing the youth and making this as what they care about, I guess. I don't know. I'll get through.
You were. Any other ideas for the word professional or, oh, Larry, I see your hands up on mine.
I think you called on me.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm having a hard time hearing. I'll say that up front. So that's part of the reason I've not really responded. I'm missing about half of the conversation. But as far as goal 4, one of the words that I think is missing from the actual goal in the second phrase is to ensure healthy. I would add the word trustworthy. Ensure healthy, trustworthy, and sustainable organizations. Because part of the reason for adopting or even understanding professional standards and best practices is to make sure that we are caring for collections, providing the best work that we can in restoration of an historic structure. And that enables the trust of the general public. So I'm just throwing that out there, that maybe trustworthy or a similar word added to the actual goal might resonate with our audiences.
Thanks, Larry. And to summarize briefly, we talked about perhaps updating the word pursue, perhaps updating the word professional, and ways to link the outcome to the goal.
No, I caught part of that, but I'm just suggesting adding a word to the goal to perhaps make it a little more succinct.
I saw a couple heads nodding in the room about trustworthy. Heidi? Or, sorry.
You know what? From my point of view, one of the reasons why this goal is important is shareability and comparability among organizations, whether that be a collection inventory, a descriptive element, an evaluative criteria. Any of those things are important in terms of a viable organization that needs to protect a heritage resource. It may vary depending on what particular aspect you're working with, but that shareability, I think, is important.
All right. Oh, one more comment and then we'll move on to our last question.
Just a general comment, I hear the conversation, we're really struggling between specificity in the goal, trying to be specific and then pushing back against exclusivity. And, observation, that was provided, anytime you provide a list of exclusive, it's why we have et cetera in English, where you just kind of go, and all the other stuff. And one of the things I think here, which may be useful, is to make the goal very broad, abandon the idea of specificity of the goal, but be very specific in the desired outcome and allow the organization across the state to make up the difference between a broad goal and the desired outcome. So within your organization, you've got the broad goal. Within your capacity, within your cultural value, within your community, how do you get the desired outcome? And so I'm seeing the preponderance of words in the goal. I think the word should be in the desired outcome. And allow the organizations, allow the communities to fill that gap themselves.
Thanks for that suggestion on how to find that balance.
I'm gonna move us on to the last part.
Okay, so you're lucky because we haven't asked anyone else about this. So you get your own kind of discussion question. And we're really curious as we are updating this plan, taking all the feedback we've heard from these discussion groups, from the survey, any other venues, and making updates to the language. We want your thoughts on more of the structure of the plan as well. Should this still be a short document? Should it be a little longer? What should the format look like? Any structural elements that you want to see in the plan? So we'll start with that one. Any ideas?
I think it would be great to include any best practices or success stories, so people reading it can see what that kind of looks like, how that's manifested.
So some of those are things we've heard through these discussion groups, like what people are doing to achieve these goals, maybe incorporating those in some way, having some vignettes. Okay.
Okay, one of the things I'm always gonna encourage is, yes, we want all the information to share, but also the longer it is, the less likely people are gonna look at it, maybe reduce, wherever you can, any verbiage, any words, and use images, graphics, those kinds of things that are gonna catch people's eye that they can see quickly and then move on, because a lot of people are just gonna skip over a lot of that.
Yeah, so using a lot of visual elements, making it more interesting. For you to see. Other thoughts or ideas?
Does anybody have opinions on a 5-year versus a 10-year plan?
Yeah.
I'm more in depth, I think.
No. We've gone over this so many times. 3-year plan, 3-year.
5-year, yeah,
5-year. Why do you say 5 years?
I encourage a 5-year plan versus a 10-year plan. 10-year plans are just too far out, they're untangible. They have to be too broad. 5-year, you can get more specific and you can have attainable goals. I do 10-year plans for the school districts all the time, and we review them and revise them in 3 to 5 years anyway. So, my experience.
That's good example, thanks for your professional. Other thoughts on length or planning horizon, time frame?
I just have a quick question. So, something I think about is, one of the things we talk about with those that we serve is that this work takes time. So, some people were asking them to do things, or we're suggesting, or we're talking about examples where it's asking them to, what you're doing now, you may not actually see while you're there, the results of that important work, but it's setting up the folks in the future to benefit from that, which is really hard when we like to see those immediate things and the impact. And I think about that a lot with the plan, and is that an example that we show? If we do it so far in the future, it's an opportunity to say how long that work takes. Or is it more important to have it be actionable in 5 years? It's something I weigh a lot. I'm sorry.
Again.
I know.
It can really go either way. If you have a 10-year plan, you always have actionable items at year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 anyway. I'm a person who likes achievement, so I like to have a goal that I can achieve in a quicker period of time. So even if it's a 10-year goal, break it down to something that you can achieve in 2 years and 3 years. So the people who are on that committee right now do have that sense of accomplishment, even if it's an aspect of that bigger goal. And even if you have a 10-year goal, right, you're breaking it down. And I was gonna say, if you have a 5-year plan, then you're making it more tangible, but having those long-term goals are good to have too. So it does go both ways.
Yeah, let me.
I'll add for consideration, that each time we, coming up with these plans takes a fair amount of staff time and money. So it's something to consider. But with the Oregon Heritage Commission, we started talking about, it's like you're just into the plan and you're all kind of understanding it. And then it's time to talk about making the next plan. So just to get us to where we are right now, we started on this, a year ago, maybe. So that's something to consider.
Thanks, Lily. Gregory?
Maybe more of a basic question here, are there going to be actionable items from this, like year one, year two? Are there actually measurable? Well, no, I think that in understanding these goals, one thing we might think about is that, is this a plan or is this a strategy? And so if it's a strategy, you wouldn't necessarily have those, that being time bound, 5 years or something, would be a strategy in place, maybe it doesn't have those more, specific actionable items that a plan. So I guess I'm just curious if there are not going to be those actionable items. Maybe it doesn't need an end date, maybe it's a strategy and not.
Yeah, thanks, Gregory.
And then could it be strategies that we combine with the heritage, or the historic preservation plan? Sometimes it can get confusing between our two plans.
Yes.
So trying to figure out that, which Ian did a really great, Ian and the team did a really great job on that front matter, integrating all the programs that we have in the historic preservation plan, so.
Other thoughts on format, time frame, length of the plan? 17 minutes left, and we have one more topic to cover. Okay, well, our last question is, what considerations are there for alignment with the preservation plan, which we just led into, so. Yeah,
Do they need to be different plans?
Yes.
Well,
Why?
It's already.
I mean, I'll let Ian say, but the difference between the preservation plan is there's strict National Park Service requirements, where it's strict and okay word use.
Absolutely required, or you don't get your money.
Right, and the heritage plan has the flexibility to be more broad and get more freedom with how we structure that. So
Preservation can be a part of the heritage plan.
well, that's part of what we're considering, right? How, if we can, and then, does it make sense? Do we share the resources with the input sessions? So we like condense that into one input session and surveys. One of the things we think about. In a way that fits the National Park Service requirements, but also honors the intent of the heritage plan, statewide heritage plan. But do you see that possibility exists?
I would love to see an Oregon Heritage Plan that has a subset of the Oregon Preservation Plan.
Cool. I won't get in trouble for putting you on the spot, bird fact.
what do others think about that alignment piece?
I feel strongly that they can't not align. I mean, they have to have some kind of connection. If they don't have a connection, am I not loud enough? I think they have to align in some way. We need to identify what that is, but it just seems silly to me that we would have these not connected in some way.
I will say that in this last iteration, the goals are mentioned which is I think the first time, right? Would you say that's fair? So we are kind of trying to see how that works, and that's what the point is, to get there. So I'm hearing some opinions on this, strong opinions.
I know for some folks in the public, it's confusing why there are two plans and what the difference is. And I know now that I'll mess up 2 years ago. I would have been able to kind of explain, but not really. And I've been doing this work for 17 years.
Thanks, Libby. We have 2 minutes left. I just want to open it up. If anyone has any lingering thoughts or ideas from the discussion today, now's the time to share. Okay, and then you will have more opportunities to share your feedback either directly with Katie and Carrie, or Katie is going to put the poster boards on the wall, and you can add sticky notes during the rest of your meeting today as your great ideas pop into your head. So I think I'll move us into wrap up. Does that sound good? Okay, well, I want to thank you all so much for being here today and thank our virtual participants as well. Just some summary and next steps here. So we are in the process of wrapping up our engagement work. So mid-November will be sort of the last discussion group. The survey is closing October 27th, so please share it widely with family, friends, everyone that you know. We want all the responses we can get. The QR codes are here on the screen, and we also have printed flyers at the back of the room in English and Spanish. We will then kind of move into updating the plan, so taking some of this feedback or the structural elements that you all shared today, we're gonna have some big brainstorm sessions and figure out what this plan update will look like. That will start, end of November, early December. And with an updated plan in April 2026, there will also be a public comment period during that time, so early 2026. And the Heritage Commission will be involved in that update process as well and get to see the draft. And then it will be brought to the Oregon Heritage Commission for adoption at the 2026 Heritage Conference. So some big milestones coming up. Just want to thank you all again for your input today. If anything comes up, as I said, email Katie Curry, leave your thoughts on the poster. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Katie, Ellen, and Ariana. I'll look forward to the results of that, and please do encourage your friends, family, committee members, community members, all of the above, to do the survey. Our next agenda item, I want to make sure it's on the agenda, is lunch. So please go get your lunch, take a break, come back. We have a presentation starting 5 minutes ago, so can we start at 11:45?
Is there food out here?
Food ready?
No.
All right, we're ready. Okay, so we'll reconvene at 11:45.
Yeah, thank you. I hope, that's come up.
I did not actually require.
Whenever. I can fix it. I can do it in 5 minutes.
You're so.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, welcome back from, not really from lunch, welcome back to your places while you're eating your lunch. We're now gonna hear from Robert Oakley, the Review and Compliance Coordinator on the work of the Compliance Bureau and how it connects to the work of each of our commissions.
Hey. Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Especially coming in person and for those that are joining online, I think it's always a great opportunity when we all get together. And I would enjoy it. I would enjoy the conversations with everybody. So I really appreciate you taking the time to not only serve on these committees and commissions, but also to come to these types of events. So thank you. Today I'm going to talk about a very riveting lunchtime discussion, compliance. I know everyone's jumping up and down for that, so I'll do my best. I mean, at least you're eating, so there's less chance of falling asleep, I guess.
So, just a quick, right. How do I change it, Katie?
That was me fun.
I've already failed, so. No. What did I do? Oh, you got it. Okay. Everyone already knows who we are and all of that, so I'm not gonna go into detail on that, but in the section of Oregon Parks and Rec of us being Oregon Heritage, this is kind of broken down, we're in different bureaus, and I represent the Compliance Bureau. We don't have a committee or commission, so it's kind of, we feel honored to be here. So thank you for letting us, come in and talk for a little bit. So, some of you are total experts about compliance that are in this room. Others, maybe you're sort of familiar or not, and I'm not trying here to make anybody an expert, by any means. We probably need like 5 months to really get into all the details of all of it, and I don't want to bore anybody with all of that, but at the same time, we need some level of baseline to kind of have some of these discussions today, so I'm gonna do my best. For those that really know this process, you're probably gonna be like, oh, but you forgot this and that and that, and it's hard to really distill all of this information into the very short time frame we have. So I'm gonna do my best, and I might be missing some things, but if you have questions, feel free to ask me or we can talk about it. But ultimately, I kind of just want to have, we have all these great people here in this room, and I kind of just want to have a discussion and kind of share some information on kind of how to be involved in this compliance process. Whether you realize it or not, you probably are in more ways than you think you are. So just kind of wanted to talk about that as we, we're all looking at Oregon's historic properties all across the state and thinking about how they have to be managed or treated, cared for, etc. So, kind of want to talk a little bit about that. Generally, what we have with compliance, right, it's really sort of thinking about the effects on historic properties across the state. It being compliance, there's kind of different triggers for how that happens, but that's kind of that broader sense of what we're dealing with. You can kind of see on there key players, it's sort of everybody that exists can be part of this in some way or another. Some have stronger roles than others, but you can kind of see it's a long list of people that do get involved with that. It's government, so we cannot forget to talk laws, rules, right, regulations, right? We always have all of those sort of things that bind us. I started to put together kind of like the long list of all the things, and it was hurting my eyes and my head, and I didn't want to make you guys sick while you eat lunch, so that I just summarized this here. There's a couple ways it comes in. There's federal laws that apply, so that's, Ian mentioned it earlier in his talk, National Historic Preservation Act. So when you hear Section 106, that's the trigger there. In Oregon, we have state laws that come into play of requiring compliance. There's separate archaeological statutes and things that come into play that are part of this, along with sort of things with what we call the built environment. But ultimately, those are kind of the triggers there. And then there's always the local regulations. Kimberly yesterday was talking about some of that stuff, and you guys know a lot of that. Our office isn't really heavily involved in that, although there are intersections here and there. But just kind of when we're thinking compliance, those are kind of all the things that more or less come into play. So when we're thinking kind of what triggers compliance, it can happen in many ways. The kind of the main ways that happen when our office sees something like this is when a federal agency is involved. So things like funding from the federal agency or permitting, licensing, and just giving permission to do something. So some sort of federal nexus of some sort. Or with the state law, some sort of state agency or a political subdivision of the state does something to a publicly owned thing, right? So they're selling a building or transferring the property or altering it, demolishing it, those types of things. So now you're all experts in what that is, right? So now we're gonna have a quiz. And so don't worry, it's either pass or fail. And anyways, now this is mostly just kind of misconceptions that are out there, like you all have. You've seen them with all our various programs as you kind of joined us on our committees and commissions. And so just kind of wanted to kind of, in the beginning, kind of set the scene of what have we heard, what have we not heard? So, what do we know about compliance, true or false? So I know you have food in your mouth, so that's fine, and there's people here that could do this in their sleep, so maybe you have to have your eyes closed or something, I don't know. When it comes to compliance, the Oregon SHPO has the legal authority to compel state, county, and local agencies to consider historic resources in their project plan. Is that true or false that we can compel them? Anyway. True. True. We got one true, that's what we're going with. False. Sorry, yeah, I know, I wish the compel part's the tricky part there. The consultation process, so there's kind of that power part, like that T thing of us saying, no, you must and thou shalt do this from our office is not there. Right? Particularly with the state process, right? We don't even have admin rules for that. Mostly, right, like why agencies are involved with this is the right thing to do, but also you're limiting challenges, legal or otherwise, that sort of thing. But it's sort of like when you hear kind of National Register things about if I listed, it'll be protected forever and it'll be set in stone, right? It's like, oh, well, actually, right? So there's one. Next, SHPO's failure to agree halts compliance review until the disagreement is resolved. Is that true or false?
Agree with what?
Agree with whatever it is that they're telling us that this thing is not important. This building has no significance, or they think that demolishing a school building is okay to do, or something like that. True or false? Can we stop the process?
No.
Stop. Yeah, false. So, depending on kind of if we're doing the federal process or the state process, there's always an opportunity to kind of appeal something or kind of go around it or just decide to disagree and prevent it from move on. We do get that a lot of saying if we send a letter disagreeing with whatever's submitted, somebody saying, uh-oh, now there goes everything. I'm gonna lose my funding, I'm gonna lose this, I'm gonna lose that. So that's just kind of one of those that throwing out there. Only two more, we're doing great. I think we're about 1 for 1. Adverse effects can include visual, auditory, and other non-physical impacts that diminish character-defining features of a National Register listed or eligible property. So, an example would be we're changing an airport runway, and it increases auditory noise over the houses up there or something like that. Or maybe there's an open landscape and you're putting wind turbines or something. That would cause it. Those kinds of true. True. Hey-oh, true. Yeah, but I think sometimes that's a little hard to think about, but I think we can kind of have examples like, oh, I can see kind of how all those impact things. Great. A lot of those are kind of misconceptions and are related to different things like that. So I just kind of wanted to throw those out there. So now, that's helpful. Last one, mitigation measures can include projects not directly associated with the resource being affected as long as all parties agree. Is that true or false? True. Alright, now we got it. Now you're all expert. Great. Yeah, so it could be like, hey, maybe we're demolishing a National Register listed resource, but we're gonna do mitigation of another National Register nomination for a similar property. It's still got to be connected in some way, but there are possibilities for that. So when we're thinking about participation in the process, when you're not representing an agency, what does that look like? You know, if it's your museum or it's you as an individual. We have so many experts here in this room. I think that's, again, kind of a neat thing about getting all our committees and commissions together for all of that. I think likely, whether you know it or not, you're intentionally or unintentionally participating in this process. It could just be you're attending that public meeting in your community about the bridge improvement project. I just want to learn more about it or ask questions. Or you wrote the script for the downtown tour of Main Street, right? And that's out there in the world. or even maybe they called your organization and asked a question, somebody saying, hey, can you tell me more about X or Y? Or you being the local subject matter expert on whatever the topic is. So it's just kind of, there's plenty of other ways to participate, but that just kind of helps you think through the many, many ways that can happen. Agencies can determine other ideas and come up with other solutions or other engagement opportunities, but just it's wide ranging. It happens constantly throughout the long process. So like I said, it's helpful to just kind of be aware. Maybe you can always ask the question, hey, what's going on here? But this part is kind of that context part of like what the compliance part of it is. It's like I said, if we had 5 months, this would take forever to explain, and I'm gonna skip a lot of it. But like you don't need to be experts, I said, but thinking about where the public kind of comes into play here. So when the agency is walking through this and trying to comply with the law, they're kind of walking through each of these steps as they kind of move along that process, right? And so at every step, there's always an opportunity for the public or other organizations, the consulting parties, everyone to just participate in some way. It's important to recognize that participation doesn't mean that all your ideas are accepted or listened to, but there's always an opportunity to have your voice heard, right? So that is a critical difference, and something important to think about. So if we start with kind of the first one, we're thinking kind of how could you personally, how could your organization, how could all of that get involved there, right? That initiation of the process, that's really kind of that first beginning part. Maybe the agency's making plans to seismically retrofit the city hall, right? And the idea's out there, they want to do it, they're thinking about it. This would be kind of where they're starting that planning piece. They're thinking about who should I involve, who knows about this resource, who are there friends groups, are there, right? What kind of outreach are we going to be doing with this community? Then what they'd be kind of thinking about after that is, hey, do we even have any historic properties here? Is that related to that? You know, do we know anything about these places? So those kinds of questions. The goal really to be thinking about, do we have a property that we know a lot about? Do we need to do more information, research? Do we need to talk to people to understand a little bit more about all of that? And so local knowledge from all of you guys or others, like I was talking about, maybe that tour you wrote of the downtown, that's the stuff that people are looking for. So the agency, if they're doing the research or they're hiring a consultant to identify what's important down there, that's where that stuff matters. So even if it might feel great literature, or maybe you guys know about it, that's why it's important we can kind of get that information out there. Another example of maybe if you're following along and you're realizing they didn't know about such and such document, or they were missing a story about a building, or maybe you're working on that National Register nomination and it's not yet public knowledge yet, right? Those are the opportunities to take kind of what you know and be able to share that out there. If they're realizing, yep, we do have historic properties in here, they're kind of defining where their project area is and realizing, yeah, there could be impacts into this possibly. They're going to move on to the next step and they're going to kind of assess, well, what are the effects to these historic resources that we have within whatever our project area is. Okay? And so at that point, they've determined that there's historic properties. And so if you remember, for those at the HARC training, there's a couple of you, we talked about character defining features for national, for the SACHP committee. You guys talked about character defining features in your presentation when you did the National Register nomination review, along with everyone else that saw some of that. So we're really evaluating those types of things to see how those might have impacts. So think of those iconic things that if they were missing, it would be difficult to recognize the property anymore. You remember in Katie's presentation, you saw those cool photos of like the stained glass windows, right? Like say something was happening to those, or maybe that cool fireplace with the really nice tiles and things, right? So things that really stick out to you that you're like, yeah, those are really neat. And I don't know anything about architecture, but I can tell that's important or really cool. So they're assessing those types of things. A lot of times where it helps with the public is you might know about important things that maybe aren't as easily identified like that, right? Maybe it's not just architecture, but maybe it's like, hey, that's the room where X event happened. Did you know that, right? We heard some really great stories on our tour the other day as we were walking down Main Street about stories in these buildings. The agency or the consultant that's researching it might not know those, right? And you might, right? So those are good examples of, hey, but you are impacting this and they might not be seeing it. So when we're talking about public participation, those are easy ways to think about that. If there is an adverse effect to that, maybe they are removing that, then we move to the next step. Overall, the goal, right, is to always find an alternative to the adverse effect. If there's a way we could avoid it, awesome, that's great. If we could maybe minimize it, even better, right? So can we come up with a solution, you know, kind of as a group? Sometimes not, sometimes maybe it cannot be avoided, that's okay, it happens. Maybe there's a very good reason for those, life and safety issue or something like that. It doesn't mean all is lost, right? We can kind of start talking about mitigation now about that, but sometimes people are open to it, right? Maybe we could redesign the building. It's gonna be a new construction and it's gonna block an important view shed. Maybe we can make it a little smaller. Maybe we could modify the design so it moves over here, or maybe there's an archaeological site and we just moved it 30 feet. It would be okay, right? So just kind of depending, A, if the agency's open to it, or B, if people can think through things and money is not a factor. So, if we end up with an adverse effect, this is often when our office sees the most engagement from the public or other groups, but it's not always, like I said, the only time it can happen. Sometimes people find that this is just the easiest time to make concerns, ideas, all of those get put on the table and discussed with an agency. Usually the people that are involved at this point are kind of the most interested of parties, or the ones that maybe have the loudest voices or whatnot. Not always, but just kind of, that's what we often see. But so this is the time to kind of get in the room and think about, yes, we're losing something, or we're losing an important part of a resource, historic property. But how can we maybe, you know, have another outcome that does positive good some other way, right? Thousands of ways that looks like, can be as creative as you'd like it to be. This is where we like it when others are involved. It's not our office or just the agency, because we do this all the time and we get stuck in our ways sometimes, right? Or we're not as creative as others, or you guys are the local experts. You might know that there's other cool things that are happening that maybe they could pair well with this, right? Maybe the museum's doing an exhibit on such and such, and through this, we could go, wait, what about all that cool research you're doing to do a talk that pairs well with that exhibit, right? Or maybe there's, they're trying to save this building over here. Maybe you can make a donation to kind of help support some of that, right? The community is who really knows what's going on. And so there's also often really kind of neat ways to do that. I think it's nice in a room like this because we all do so many different things, but it's all connected through Oregon heritage, right? And so sometimes there's ways that's like, oh yeah, you know, in cemeteries, well, this is such an obvious thing, but somebody like me that doesn't know much about cemeteries would be like, oh, that's cool, like I didn't know that, right? And so it's kind of a nice way to kind of combine forces and get really cool outcomes. Like I said, it can be all kinds of different things, everything from kind of physical preservation, like we could be restoring another building that's not getting demolished, or improving this or improving that, or you could come up with better tools that will help prevent things like that from happening in the future, right? We just talked about our heritage plan. Well, okay, well, maybe there's a way to connect it to that even, right? Take kind of some of the bigger work that's happening, all kinds of things, which is, it's fun. It's that local knowledge, like I was just saying, is important. The agencies would love participation. I say that with tongue in cheek in some ways, but they do, right? Like if there's something that's missing or that they don't know about, or a photo, a historic photo that such and such has that's maybe not public, like they'd love to have that. It would make their lives a lot easier as part of this process too. So I know it's hard. We all have those conversations on how are we going to digitize our collections, or how are we going to make this information known, or that. And it's not saying that we need to do that, but just the more that people are aware of everything and cool stuff that you all are doing, the better. With all of that. when you are in the room, and if your agency is aware of something like this, we generally give good guidance, have good discussions with just different parties to think about how to be constructive in this. Often it's hard when parties are maybe just more upset about the action that's happening instead of kind of the outcome that could happen. And it's hard to get over that. Maybe it's a really important resource in your community and it's now lost. And you're still hung up on that and really wish that they would change their mind about that, right? And at some point, we gotta kind of move to that next step to think about, okay, we recognize we're losing that, but how can we do better in the future? Or how can we get a better outcome? Maybe we're gonna do something really neat after that. We're gonna take information that we learned as part of the research and we're gonna make it more public. We're gonna do a walking tour. We're gonna do whatever it is, right? So thinking about how to just have good feedback, good comments that will kind of keep moving things along, that the way the process works, the agency is gonna do what they wanna do. They might not listen to the community, they might, I hope they do, but the more constructive you can be, the better. I guess that's sort of just general life advice, I don't know in some ways, but, yeah. When we do have an adverse effect, we enter in some sort of agreement document, right? We kind of want to memorialize that so that A, everybody's on the same page, and then kind of B, we all know what the outcome ultimately is. Often these last for a long period of time, and you never know if there's staff turnover, either places, the organizations or the agencies or our office. So it's just helpful for that to all be clear. I'm not gonna spend time in all the details of all of that, but I just bring this up because sometimes we have heritage organizations that are part of these agreement documents, right? Maybe there is a reason they're gonna participate in some of that mitigation, right? They're gonna hold, like, a donation's gonna go to them, to a museum for whatever they're losing. Information's gathered, collected, and donated. And you're part of that. Happens all across the state. We're happy to talk more about that if it does involve you, or if you're interested in that, or how that looks like. But just quickly, there's sort of 3 sections that kind of make up it. The whereas clauses just sort of tell the story of like what's happening, what was the effect, why are we all here in the room, who's involved, that kind of thing. The stipulations are sort of the meat of it. It's kind of what we're talking about with mitigation, right? We have an adverse effect and what's gonna happen? What are we gonna do? Who is responsible for what? When is it coming? How long are all the things? And then we talk about details. This is kind of when we're in the middle of all of it, but this is where I'm talking about like who's doing what, how's it happening, what's it gonna look like? For those that have seen interpretive panels, I know you've seen good ones and bad ones. This is the stuff that makes it so they're good, right? How specific we are with that to have a good outcome and all of it. So here's a couple examples so this kind of keeps you in the mood to kind of understand how mitigation can look like, how creative it can be, how wide varying it can be, how we've heard different things from the community and what that all can look like. This is a Forest Service administrative center. They issued a permit. So remember, we're talking kind of things connected to federal agencies. They issued a permit for a telecommunications company who was gonna build some buildings and operate an inline amplification facility that was within kind of the boundary of this administrative center. So ultimately had all the consultation pieces, they talked with different groups, they talked with us and found an adverse effect. So they decided to mitigate for that. It required, is there a mouse? No. Kind of on the bottom left corner, there's a couple buildings, there's sort of secondary buildings to this work center. You can kind of see in the other photo, kind of some of the main buildings as you're entering in it. So it's sort of like that back corner that needed to be torn down. It was like a utility shed and maybe like a shower house or something like that. So kind of more of those secondary structures. So that was the loss of those for kind of thinking of this as an overall district was the adverse effect. So instead, what they decided to do was, hey, we have some buildings here that need some attention, some love, maintenance. Some that are maybe a little more primary than those ones, like kind of a main workers cottage that you see right there in the foreground. So they decided that they're gonna come up with a historic structures report that's gonna evaluate that building, kind of see its condition, figure out what kind of maintenance it needs to kind of continue being a historic property and still be standing in 50 years from now. And then what they were gonna do is take that plan that they were gonna develop and they were gonna do some sort of restoration work on it. So sort of waiting to see what that identified as the most critical. Maybe it was a roof replacement or foundation repair, and then they were gonna do that. And if they couldn't do like a major repair, they would at least do 3 minor repairs on some of the other buildings. So they identified some actual physical preservation. They also were gonna submit an Oregon Encyclopedia article and talk about this work center, and it has CCC history. So they're kind of make that connection. So at least that history is out there. It's in a digital environment. It's more accessible to more people. They don't just kind of go, where is this place? How am I gonna, like, you're not gonna just stumble upon this in the forest, right? So that way there's some sort of that knowledge out there. There's also gonna be some salvage of some of the historic materials. One of the buildings had some basalt in the foundation, so they're gonna take that and repurpose it if they needed it for other buildings or other maintenance later down the line. So that just gives you a sense of kind of the wide scope, yeah. I don't have a microphone, but.
Is this property a listed property, or why are we looking at this property?
Yeah, so this is not listed, but they determined it's eligible for listing. So I did skip over kind of that part of the process, but those are kind of the two things. You're either looking at, is it already listed in the National Register, or is it eligible for listing? They determined yes, and it was for CCC era connection, sort of like how the Forest Service built these during that time period and what it meant for kind of that local area. Yeah, Sarah.
Well, I was just curious, what forest is it in?
Now here. Yeah, okay, I got a thumbs up now here. Yeah.
When were they built?
All these questions are, I can't remember. I can get back to you on it.
This right way.
Yeah. No, you are. And these are important things to be thinking about, as part of kind of the larger process, because it is important to know why they're significant, right? Because if you don't know why they're significant, then you can't really tailor what we're gonna do in the mitigation to really, right? Like, they need to kind of be compatible with that, right? So if it's important for its architecture, well, they need to be doing something related to architecture, right? If it's important for an event that happened, like, let's tell that story, right? So there are, yeah, you're on the right track. Here's another one, Three Links Village. This had basically needed a lot of love that it never got. And so there's failing infrastructure that just needed to be replaced. It was septic related and other things. People were living here in this community. It was too expensive to kind of bring it up to what it needed to be. There's starting to be limited need for kind of the use of the site and for that area, just kind of in how they were transitioning away from all of that. Portland General Electric was who owned this area, and it was through a license with FERC. It was kind of the federal connection there. And then unfortunately, the Riverside fire came and destroyed about 2/3 of this site in kind of the middle of that consultation process anyways. So because of all of that, the whole thing kind of needed to go, unfortunately, after all of that. But in that place and through consultation, what ended up happening was they had enough photographs and documentation kind of ahead of that fire that they were able to do Historic American Building Survey documentation, what we call HAB. So there's some sort of record of the actual buildings themselves, the whole site as a whole, and sort of a story of the history of it all that's captured, sent to the Library of Congress, so it lives forever. Also online. They also chose to do an Oregon Encyclopedia article that kind of paired with that to tell the story of that community that lived there. It's a really great story. They did a really fascinating webpage. They're starting to do this more PG&E. So if you're ever curious, just go on to PG&E. They have a kind of a history section and sort of different projects they've been doing. They've been putting all of that content on their webpage, and there's interactive pieces, and you can see historic photos and current photos and a little bit of the story. So that's really neat part of it. I think the most interesting one is they did a whole bunch of oral history interviews and then they made a video that collected that. So they got people that lived there, that worked there, that talked about growing up there. There was a school there, they interviewed teachers and students, like there was a lot of really cool stuff and it was really well done. They paid for a professional documentary person, whatever they're called, is that right? So that exists and that there, I think on the webpage, you can actually see some of those videos as well. But and then there were some donations for some of the documents and materials that they researched and collected. They were able to maintain to tell the lives of the people and the stories of the place and all of that. So a little bit different, but it's something that we lost, right? There's nothing there anymore. But you're able to kind of capture it as best you can. Well, at least we'll know about it. Other people can learn different things. So that one's a neat one if you ever time to look at the webpage. Another one, here's a courthouse that needed to be built, a brand new courthouse. They were looking for where to put this in the county. And they selected this site, you can kind of see it on the map. However, the site had historic properties on it, so you can see there's one of them. And so to build said new courthouse, that needed to go, right? So that there's your adverse effect there. We're losing a historic property of some sort. And so they were trying to think about what do we want to do. The community got really involved in this one and had a lot of different ideas to think about how they might approach that and things that they wanted, things that they realized were missing in kind of like the county and the city, kind of in their inventory of things. So they ended up requesting that there be a larger reconnaissance level survey along with 3 intensive level surveys of Italianate properties. Since we're losing that type of style, they wanted more of that information gathered for their communities, so they could then maybe list something in the future or do something with that information. They also were going to do an interpretive display about the house in the new courthouse. So they're going to have some connection to the site itself and the new structure that will be there. Before the building was taken down, they decided to do a digital scan of the house. So they also have that. Technology is getting a little easier to do that kind of stuff. It still could be pricey, but there are ways to even do it with phones. It's not great, but it's something. So they're doing that. And then there was some salvage as well. They wanted to do. So those are just kind of 3 examples. We have many more. There's many other creative ways to do that. But just to kind of get your guys' brains kind of thinking, I thought it'd be kind of fun, maybe just for me, I don't know, to kind of think through one. And one that I think we all can maybe sympathize with would be kind of a school demolition. These happen. And I think it's also, when we're thinking public participation, this is like kind of a really good case study for something like that. You guys are like hearing about all sorts of things that might happen in your communities. And, you know, a good example with schools, right, is maybe the bond includes demo the old school to build the new school and people aren't paying attention, but maybe you can, or maybe you hear from a neighbor or right. And so these are just examples of ways to kind of be thinking, how do we participate in that? How do we make it known that, hey, these sort of things are important to our community early so that we don't end up too late because the thing's going down today. So anyways, I wanted to kind of brainstorm. So let's just make a couple assumptions here. Say we have a school and maybe it's important because of its education history. It was the very first school in the town and it was kind of, you know, the center for the community for events and other things because it has spaces and the gym and all of that. And then maybe it was also important for its architecture. Maybe you had an important local architect who designed it. And this was kind of like their masterpiece, let's say. If you guys were part of this process and an agency came to talk to you about, hey, what might you think we could do in terms of mitigation? What are kind of things that you guys think might align with that, the loss of a school or something significant in education and architecture? Yeah, great.
Maybe an interactive exhibit at one of the newer schools, which talk about the history of the past building.
history of the past building and education in the community.
Yeah, an interactive exhibit, that'd be kind of neat. Especially for people that probably have attended, they can at least see something and engage with that. Cool.
Oral histories.
Yeah. I like these types of resources for all history, right? It's like you have such a wide, like, it's not just limited to like one person that lived there. It's like, how many people went to school here over the 50 years or whatever, 100 years?
Just any, documented, journals, materials, yearbooks from past in that school, newspaper articles, sports team events, all of those types of things.
Yeah. It's a good opportunity to digitize some of that if it hasn't been, right? Or to find a way to send it to an archive or something that doesn't exist. It's awesome. Anything else?
If there are any elements of the old building that can be salvaged and reused, incorporated into the new building.
Yeah. We see that too, especially when there's like really neat little features. It's doesn't always work, but you can remove them safely and sometimes too, it doesn't go into the new building, but maybe there's a plaza in the new school, you could put it in there. That's what. One that, kind of in line with sort of what Gwen was talking about, one that we've seen is what, we have called building funerals, for schools, where you just have an event and people can just say goodbye. And maybe that's a good opportunity that you could capture those stories, those oral histories, or maybe people have the missing yearbook that they just wanted to know, and it's like, oh, I have it, we can scan it, or, right? So opportunities to maybe have the public come one last time, maybe they could do a tour of it before, you could see it. Sarah.
Well, I was also thinking, they could have a celebration when the new building is built and all together, that'd be an opportunity to get a lot of this too.
Yeah.
That's happening actually in our district.
Oh, that's
For earthquake.
Oh.
How can you argue with
yeah, right. Sometimes it's just, there's no way to make it earthquake safe, it has to go. Right.
Maybe long-term curation of items that may have particular significance from the building, but kept it on local museums.
It's a good kind of, participation part there, I guess. Maybe you represent a local museum and you know it's important to keep that stuff and there's a way to partner with that. What we try to do in this sort of thing is it's not cheap to keep that stuff or receive it, right? So if you can maybe send some money for the long-term care or the maintenance or to get them to think about that sort of stuff, because usually they're like, oh, you just give it to them and it's fine, right? It's there, it's all good. No, hold on, but not everyone can give money, but if you can, or find a way to do that.
That raises a question, how do you value the mitigation effort as compared to the loss?
Oh, that is a good question. Trying to think of a short answer for that. Going back to thinking about why is it significant? Why, like, what makes this an important building, right? If obviously if it's maybe like Oregon State Capitol and they're gonna say they're gonna knock that down, right? Maybe we'd have sort of a different scale of things. Like it wouldn't be like, we're just gonna do an interpretive panel. Wait, this is the state capitol. We can't just have, right? Versus maybe we're doing at the school building, maybe that's a little less of a scale of things that we're doing in the state capitol. Doesn't mean we're not gonna do anything. But that's where kind of the public part of it, the participation from the community, from the other organizations, heritage organizations is important to kind of just make it clear. Here's our baseline of how important it is and why it's important, to then kind of tailor, are we doing enough to address all of that? So if we have multiple things of significance, if we have, it's important for its architecture along with the role it plays for the community. Well, now we need at least things that cover each of those themes, right? Versus if it was just for its architecture, we could maybe get away with, let's do some documentation on that. We'll take some photos. We'll maybe put something online so people can see it, maybe a panel. Versus we also need to kind of accommodate for the loss of the significance of it being a community resource or something like that. So it's not a black and white, yeah. But we do our best to kind of think about it, and again, it's a consultation process, so we could look at it, and you saw some of those examples. Some people did a whole lot of things, some people did a few things. If everybody at the table agrees, yeah, we're satisfied that this makes up for the loss of it, then we've achieved what we're trying to do. But the one thing I will say, if you're public member that's, shoot for the stars, can't hurt, right? Say, hey, I would love these things. They don't have to do everything you say, but put it on the table. Another idea that we often see, or not always, but especially with schools, when you think of resources that have wide user groups, are there other ways to involve maybe those constituents in a different way? So a school, what about the students, right? Maybe they can be doing something. Yeah, maybe there's a new school that's coming, but could they have a class that scans those yearbooks, and maybe a photography class that takes photos of the architecture, or there's a way to blow them up in a new school or incorporate it in the design, or maybe there's a wood shop class and they can salvage some of the wood and turn it into something new, like a bench or something, right? Thinking about kind of how you can use the community too. I think that's kind of a fun. Those are the ones that are exciting that win Heritage Awards, wherever Katie is. There they are. Right. I think so. Yeah. So I think that's why it's important when we think about kind of all the cool things everybody here does, right? You can kind of see how maybe you're like, oh, I don't really deal with buildings all the time, but wait, like interpretation, we do that, right? Or whatever it is, there's ways to kind of connect all of that. So in your community, when you're hearing about things or you're interested about it or whatnot, there are ways to participate. We're always happy to talk about that. But kind of the more ideas that come, the better outcomes we get. So just kind of a plug for that. Just keep doing what you're doing, but that's good line. It says best you can do it in 30 minutes. So thank you. Other questions, or keep done eating more food? Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Great. Our next presenter is here virtually. I'd like to welcome John Garrison Marks, who's the Vice President of Research and Engagement at the American Association for State and Local History. Mr. Marks is going to share with us a bit about the National 250th efforts, AASLH, which again is the American Association for State and Local History, research priorities and advocacy related to tools and resources based on their recent strategic plan update. Thank you, John, for being with us here today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me all right? Can everyone hear me? Good?
Yes.
All right, cool. It's really a pleasure to be with you all today. I'm glad that this worked out. I'm joining you from the suburbs of Washington, D.C. I'm in Maryland. AASLH's staff, half of us are based in Nashville, Tennessee, and the other half of us, our staff of 12, is based all around the country: New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, Iowa, Connecticut. So I'm glad that we are able to join you today out in Oregon. So I'm going to share my screen really quickly. I have a couple of things to go over, and hopefully we'll have time for questions, to be able to hear what all of you are thinking about, and be able to have a conversation about some of the things that I will share. So can you all see my slides on the screen there?
Yes.
Yes. All right, cool. Thank you. Just making sure. So for those of you who aren't familiar with AASLH, we are the American Association for State and Local History, and we think of ourselves as the nation's home for history. So we are a membership association serving about more than 5,000 members all across the country, including both institutions and individual practitioners, full-time staff, part-time staff, and volunteers. And we try to provide leadership and resources to help the history community thrive. So we do research on the state of the field, some of the biggest challenges that history organizations are facing. We develop professional development and training resources that we offer through online courses and webinars, publications, workshops, our annual conference, and a range of other formats. Increasingly, we are focused on advocating on behalf of the history community, both at the federal level and supporting advocacy efforts at the state and local level. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a little bit. And I guess more than anything else, we try to provide a sense of community and belonging and a network for the country's more than 21,000 history institutions and all of the people who make them run. And I'm sure some of you, if not many of you, are members of ASLH. So right off the bat, I thank you for that because membership is what makes all of this work possible. And you heard me correctly, that is more than 21,000 history organizations in the United States. This data is based on our 2022 National Census of History Organizations. We tried to answer what seems like a very simple question, but in reality is a very difficult question, which is how many history organizations are there in the United States? And we found that there are at least 21,588. We very much think of that as a floor for the number of history organizations, not a ceiling, for reasons I'll get to in a minute. But just to kind of put in perspective how many history organizations there are, I like to use this chart. There are many more history organizations than there are public libraries, than there are Starbucks, than there are McDonald's. There's nearly 5 times as many as there are Walmarts. So these entities, public institutions, corporations that we often think of in American culture as being ubiquitous are not nearly as ubiquitous as history organizations are. Something that I always encourage practitioners in the field to remember how big of a community we are operating in. So with that, I always think it's helpful to kind of ground these conversations in some of this data, in some of these findings. So we're all talking about the same things when I talk about the field, the public history community, the history community. This work really found that history organizations are ubiquitous. Some of the other things that make history organizations unique within the broader landscape of arts and culture institutions is the way that the field operates through this kind of distinct partnership between government and private nonprofits. Just looking at the list of entities who are represented today, some of the attendees, many of those connections are evident in this room of private citizens sitting on public boards, private nonprofits receiving public appropriations, all sorts of ways that government and private nonprofits are connected in the practice of history work. And that is very distinct in the arts and culture sector. No other types of museums or organizations are operating in quite that same way. It's also really important to remember that the vast majority of history organizations in the United States are small. Among the private nonprofit organizations, we found that 80% of the nation's history organizations operate on less than $200,000 in revenue per year. That's generally the line at which we would expect an organization to have at least one full-time staff member. So among private nonprofit history organizations, museums, historical societies, and the like, 80% of them are operated either by part-time or volunteer staff. And really, there's just this overwhelming sense of history's public purpose. They are civic organizations. They are often run by volunteers, and this commitment to preserving and sharing often very local history. But we also find in our research there are so many organizations that are doing history work, even if they aren't a history museum or historical society. Community organizations, churches, cemeteries, all sorts of different types of organizations that are trying to preserve and share history with the public, even if that's not their primary purpose. So we think of history organizations at ASLH as these really critical and really uniquely positioned institutions in terms of how they serve the public. They really offer these vital lifelines for communities, to not just historical content, but to a sense of civic belonging, a sense of community connection. We found a lot of places that they don't have a stoplight, they don't have a public library, they don't have a post office, but they do have a historical society. And so thinking about the role and opportunity and responsibility that history organizations have because of how ubiquitous they are, is something that I hope you'll all keep in mind. It's something that we think about at AASLH all the time. So that is sort of some foundation setting, kind of level setting on what I'm talking about and what I think about when I talk about the history community in the United States. But the biggest opportunity for our community, for public history, is the upcoming 250th anniversary. So AASLH has been helping the field prepare and think about this anniversary for almost 9 years now. I joined AASLH in the summer of 2017, and my position was created, and I was hired to immediately begin work on our 250th anniversary initiatives. So I personally have been at it for more than 8 years now. So when I say no one is looking forward to the 250th anniversary more than I am, I hope you'll believe me. It's been a long road to get where we are, but really from the very beginning, AASLH has seen the 250th anniversary as a really unique kind of once in a generation opportunity to accomplish two things. And we've tried to keep our focus on these two big goals. The first is to promote a full telling of America's history to help the country make progress toward a more perfect union. Time and again, what we hear from people in surveys and conversations, in research, is that most Americans, the vast majority of Americans, want to encounter a full telling of our history. They know when they're not getting it, and they feel kind of cheated, and they want a full telling of the good and the bad. They want to understand it all, and the 250th is a really great opportunity to help history organizations of all types and sizes really do that in a new way, reach new audiences, tell their stories in new ways, really make progress on that front. And the second big goal for us from the very beginning has been thinking about how we can use this anniversary to invest in our historical infrastructure. How can we better support these 21,000 history organizations? How can we find funding and resources and connections for them that help strengthen those institutions, help them better serve their communities, help them to serve as these kinds of civic bridging entities in communities that can really help us to sort of restitch our torn civic fabric all across the country. I think that work is really important to happen from the ground up. And as I mentioned, history organizations, I think, are really well positioned to do that because of how ubiquitous they are, because they are often the only kind of civic institution in the community that they're serving. And really from the very beginning, the way that we have been thinking about the 250th, and I think the way that most planners have been thinking about the 250th, has been as a grassroots effort. I think this continues to be the strength of this anniversary, that it is grassroots. It will, for most people, the anniversary is going to be defined by what state and local institutions are doing to commemorate it. Most people aren't going to go to Washington, D.C. Most people aren't going to go to Philadelphia, even if millions do, right? In a country of more than 300 million people, most people are going to encounter this anniversary close to home. So it's a really it's a strength of our field and an opportunity for our field, that most of these local organizations or state organizations are going to be the ones who define what this anniversary is. And I think that's something that we can't lose sight of as a field. It has, particularly over the last 6 months, the national effort and the effort by the federal government to commemorate the 250th, I think has gotten more prominent, and is starting to become what many people are thinking of when they think of the 250th. But state and local institutions, especially because they've been planning for this for much longer than the current administration has, have a real opportunity to kind of continue the narrative that they've been sharing, to advance the goals that they want to achieve for this anniversary. They still have the ability to define what this anniversary is about. No one entity is going to tell all of the country what this anniversary is supposed to look like, what this anniversary is supposed to do, how it's supposed to feel, what kind of stories it's supposed to tell. Lots and lots of smaller institutions can do that. And so it's just something that we encourage organizations to remember, that encourage all of you to continue thinking about, is that state entities, local entities, the thousands and thousands of institutions all over the country are the ones who are going to shape this anniversary's meaning and legacy. And so we really see that as the kind of foundational piece of this anniversary. And what should come first is these local communities and institutions, and then the state commissions on top of that. All 50 states now have a commission, and then followed by the Congressional Commission and the White House effort. Speaking of which, for those of you, hopefully this is familiar to most of you, but just in case it's not, there are sort of two entities within the federal government who are planning for the 250th anniversary in some way. The first is America 250. That is the kind of brand and nonprofit arm of the United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission, which was created by Congress in 2016. This is a bipartisan commission. It has been operating for several years. They are the ones who were given responsibility by Congress to kind of plan a national commemoration for the 250th anniversary. The Trump administration has been talking about the 250th for several years. I think the earliest I saw them talk about it was maybe 2022 or 2023. And they've made that a big priority in the new administration. And so there is also what they call Task Force 250, which is a White House initiative that is separate from America 250, the congressional initiative. That White House initiative, Task Force 250, has been focused on getting executive branch departments, Department of Education, Transportation, etc., Department of State, to develop their own 250th anniversary resources, and to make the 250th a priority within those agencies, within those cabinet departments. And they've also developed their own initiatives outside of what the Congressional Commission is doing. So if you've seen the Founders Museum, this kind of online collection that they put together, that is a White House initiative. They've developed videos with the kind of very conservative educational providers, PragerU and Hillsdale College. And so they're kind of doing their own thing separate from what the Congressional Commission is doing. But over the last 9 months, we have observed that there was an increasing degree of overlap between these two entities. So one is from the White House, one is from Congress. The Congressional Commission is designed to be bipartisan. It's designed to be for each and every American. But increasingly, we were seeing these two entities kind of marching in lockstep. The images of the president became much more prominent on the America 250 website. The America 250 logo was used and was present in the military parade in Washington, D.C. It was used for Donald Trump's speech in Iowa on July 3rd, and has been used as a kind of backdrop for a lot of these what became very partisan events. When the new administration came into office in January, America 250 fired all of the consultants that they had been working with, who had ties to the Biden administration, and hired a whole new set of consultants that were more closely aligned with the White House, which really set the effort back by months, because you had this whole new group of people who had no connection to all the planning that had been happening over the previous several years. And so that has been concerning for us, and I know it's been concerning for a lot of state planners, because it's not clear who state commissions should be answering to. There's been all sorts of kind of requests and ideas being thrown out by different federal entities, and state commissions aren't sure how to respond to those. And we've certainly seen them saw the Congressional Commission kind of move away from its bipartisan mandate in a lot of ways. But that's been sort of upended a little bit recently, and I think there is some evidence that the commission is trying to sort of reassert its independence from the White House. Last month, they fired their executive director, who was a former Fox News producer who came sort of from the White House to direct the America 250 Congressional Commission, and he was fired. And I think we've since started to see a growing focus on America 250's own signature programs. So their Our American Story program, which is kind of an oral history story collection initiative, America's Field Trip, their education program kind of contest for K through 12 students. So it still remains to be seen sort of how this is all going to play out over the next 8 or 9 months. But I'm hopeful still that the commission will continue to operate independently as it was intended to, even if the White House is going to continue pushing its own 250th anniversary initiatives. I'm sure you've all seen about the UFC fight at the White House and the new celebratory archway that the White House wants to construct in DC, things like that. That's going to be part of the commemoration, but we hope that there will be a lot more to it as well. But those aren't the only things that are happening at the national level, and I think it's really important to keep in mind when I say that state and local institutions will be able to define this anniversary as they see fit. There are also lots of other national efforts that are using this anniversary as they want to. So this fall, next month, the new film from Ken Burns and his co-directors on the American Revolution will debut on PBS, and I think is really going to be an important kind of watershed moment. But there are lots of other programs happening at big museums, not just the Smithsonian, not just within the Park Service, but the National Archives Foundation, the private nonprofit partner of the National Archives and Records Administration, has developed its own in-person and online programming. The Museum of the American Revolution, the National Constitution Center, Mount Vernon, Monticello, all of these big institutions with a kind of national profile all have their own plans for what they are going to do with the 250th anniversary. And those, even at the national level, will define what this anniversary looks like and feels like for people just as much as what the commission or what the White House is doing. This month also, you may have seen The Atlantic developed a new special issue dedicated to exploring topics related to the 250th anniversary, related to the revolution and its legacy. And I think we're going to see more and more of this type of activity as we get into the anniversary year, as we get into 2026. There's going to be books and films. The Obama's media company is working with Larry David to develop a history sketch comedy show for HBO. And so I think there's a really wide range of things that we're going to see. And the anniversary is going to be part of everything that is happening in the country in 2026, especially as we get closer to the summer. I won't spend too much time here on this slide because I'm sure a lot of this is familiar to you. But most of the action has been at the state level. Over the last several years, every state and territory has developed its own 250th anniversary commission. States are developing grant programs. They're investing in historical infrastructure. They are building and opening new museums. They're doing all sorts of programming. And it's been really exciting to see all of this activity take shape over the last several years, to be in conversation and to support all of these state level actors. I was just browsing the Oregon 250 website this morning, taking a look at some of the resources and programming that you all are sharing. And so it's really exciting to have seen all of this take shape, to have seen all of this develop. That's really where we're seeing the most interesting activity, and I think for a lot of reasons the most high impact activity. And through all of this, over the last 8 years, AASLH has been providing resources to help the field make the most of this anniversary. So we've developed countless webinars and workshops and conference sessions to provide training and guidance to organizations. We've offered virtual summits, kind of mini online conferences to help people think through issues like commemoration, political polarization, 250th opportunities. We've been convening stakeholders for many years now. We have a national coordinating committee of different representatives from big national entities. We convene representatives from all of the state commissions quarterly for a meeting, as well as once in person at our annual conference. And we've also produced the 2 publications that you see below. So one that was published in 2021 is our field guide for the semi-quincentennial. This contains 5 kind of guiding themes that we hoped could provide some cohesiveness to this very diffuse national commemoration effort. And the other is our 250th anniversary program handbook. This one provided some really low cost, low lift program ideas for local organizations. After we published our field guide, we heard from a lot of, especially very small organizations, that this is great. I love the themes. I want to use them, but what should we do? And we wanted to be able to provide kind of an answer for people. And so we developed this program handbook. Both of these are available for free on the AASLH website. You can go to aaslh.org/250 to find them. And the program handbook offers small organizations especially a way to look at the things they are already doing and think of them and kind of refresh them a little bit for the 250th. So they don't have to invent something new. It doesn't have to be something that's put on top of their existing work. It can be something that they are already doing, a program, an exhibit, a lecture series, a tour, but they can kind of just put a 250th wrapper around it, right? Put a 250th frame around it, talk about it in a slightly different way, connect it to some of these themes, and make it a big part of their 2026 programming. I also want to talk about AASLH's research agenda. This is the biggest part of what I do at AASLH is lead our research efforts. And a lot of the research that we have done over the last several years has been in an effort to prepare the field for the 250th anniversary. If we're going to use this anniversary to invest in infrastructure, we wanted to know where it needs to go, how money might be spent. If we want people to reach new audiences and be able to connect effectively with the public, we wanted to develop research-backed recommendations for how they might do that. And all of this work, our research agenda is sort of housed within what we call our Public History Research Lab. And really the goal of the research lab is to understand the public history community, these institutions and practitioners that make up our field, and also kind of understand the place of history in American life. How are people relating to history, and how can history organizations and practitioners use that information to do their work more effectively? Our goal is not just to do research for the sake of research. It's not for the sake of publications. It's not to design and put out shiny PDFs. Our goal is really to use this research to advance practice, to strengthen institutions, empower practitioners to do their work better, to fulfill their missions more effectively advocate for history at the state, local, and national levels. So when we do research, we don't just publish it in reports. We are always looking for ways that we can kind of lean on what we do best and our unique position as a professional association and as a trusted provider of training and resources to provide webinars and summits and conference sessions to bring people together to talk about research findings and where they should go next. That is every bit as important for us as the research and the reports that they produce. So really our research agenda and the research that we produce is really informed by the principles of research practice partnership. We work with practitioners, with our members, with advisory committees to help us understand what kinds of questions people need answered. We work with them to think about how we can go about answering those questions. And then we work with them to think through how can we most effectively utilize these findings, share them with the field, get people to engage with them. So practitioner and practitioner voice is a really essential component to our research at all phases of the work. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the projects that we have done, and why we did them, kind of what we found. One of the earliest projects we did under the sort of research lab banner was called Reframing History. This project in the top left, we wanted to research how Americans think about history, what Americans think history is, what historians do, history practitioners do, and why it's valuable to society. We found that members of the public think about those questions in ways that are very, very different from how members of the field think about those questions. And so we wanted to develop and really rigorously test, using social science research methods, what is the best way to talk about those questions, what we do and why we do it, and why it's important. What is the best way to talk about those things in ways that will resonate and will make sense to members of the public? Not just make sense and resonate with us as members of the field, not what messages I think are most effective, but what messages are actually most effective with the broadest swath of Americans. And so in 2022, we published this report and toolkit that offers those recommendations and provides those strategies for getting all Americans to recognize the importance of doing history that is whole and inclusive. And it's been a really important tool for us and for a lot of history organizations around the country in trying to advance that work, especially in a particularly challenging time. So would encourage you all to look that up. We do workshops a couple times a year to train people on it. Which have been very popular over the last year. So it's a really important tool that the field is now using. Another is our National Census of History Organizations, and I won't spend too long on that. That's where we got the data that I shared at the outset of this about the size and scope of the public history community. That is something that has been really important for how we talk about our work, how we talk about how we advocate for the field, being able to lean on that data about how there are history organizations in every community, in every congressional district. We've been able to use that list when there are national advocacy efforts, to find organizations that we might ask to speak up. And we do make that data set available to other practitioners, to other researchers. So if you want to see the national data set, if you want to see the data for Oregon, we'd be happy to share that with you. You can just send me an email. And the latest project that we've been working on that I'm really excited about is what we call the National Survey of History Practitioners. So we did this research in the spring. We will be publishing it. We'll publish a preview this fall, and then more to come in 2026. But we realized that we had no data on who works in our field. We don't know who works in our field. We don't know how they're compensated, and we don't know how they feel about their work. I think everyone has a sense of what the vibe is for public history practitioners right now. But there wasn't actually empirical data to provide a foundation for conversations about how representative are history practitioners of the communities they serve. How are history practitioners paid, and how does that differ? Are there equity gaps in compensation that we can address to make the field stronger and more sustainable? How do young people feel about history work compared to older people in the field? All of these things are questions that we will now be able to answer with this new data set. We fielded this for 8 weeks in the spring of 2025, and we got 3,700 responses to it, which was far beyond our wildest expectations for how many people would be interested in it. It was a long survey. It was 30 pretty detailed questions. It took about 20 minutes to fill out. So any of you who are familiar with doing surveys or evaluations, getting almost 4,000 people to do a survey that is that intensive, I think speaks to the need for this data, how eager people are to see these questions answered. And we're really looking forward to sharing some of that in the year to come. I know I am probably getting a little bit short on time, and want to be able to answer your questions. So I want to end by talking a little bit about our advocacy work. Obviously, the last 9 months, the last year has been a really challenging time for our field. There are many issues that are longstanding, kind of fundamental issues for the field that present challenges, and some new challenges have arisen or been heightened by the political environment that we're operating in right now. So I want to talk a little bit about what ASLH has been doing about it, and how we can help other history organizations to be involved to help create a stronger field. So one of the most important things we did as the disruptions to IMLS and NEH were happening this past spring, as thousands of grants were being canceled, we collected stories of what was happening to organizations. We wanted to know if people's grants were being canceled. We wanted to know if people were being affected by the kind of ripple effect of those cancellations. So we heard from a lot of independent consultants and contractors and others who didn't have a grant canceled directly, but had their work affected by some of those grant cancellations. And those have been really useful for us in working with, as we respond to media interviews, as we connect media partners who are asking us questions, we can connect them directly with institutions. And then we've also been involved in a couple of legal efforts in various ways. And these impact stories are helping us to speak more directly to what is happening with some of the folks that are leading legal efforts to try to stop the gutting of some of these federal agencies that are supporting the history and cultural sector. So we did submit a declaration in one of the lawsuits trying to stop the cancellation of grants and the gutting of IMLS. In another, we filed the collection of 21 attorneys general that was suing to stop the gutting of IMLS. We filed an amicus brief, and that drew really heavily on some of those impact stories. And then there are several other legal efforts, and I won't claim to be the expert here. My colleague Madeline Rosenberg is the one who's been leading our advocacy efforts. But I will say that ASLH has been very involved in tracking and has been directly involved in some of these efforts to try to preserve IMLS and reinstate these grants, reinstate the appropriation and funding to IMLS going forward. It's very much in flux right now. There have been, so there's been some progress, there's been some setbacks, and this process kind of takes a long time. But we're still hopeful that the stories we've collected and we're able to make clear in the amicus brief that we filed, along with a coalition of other museum and history associations, will have its intended effect. We've also just tried to, we've been much more active in the media than we ever have been before. We have been trying to use the data that we have from our research about what Americans think about history, about how many history organizations there are, about how they've been affected by this work, especially in relationship to the 250th anniversary. We've been talking to journalists more than we ever have, and we've been asked questions by journalists. We've had journalists reach out to us more than we ever have. So we've been quoted, in the New York Times alone more times in the last year than we have in the previous 80 years of AASLH's history. And we've been in touch with journalists in a lot of other places. Just today, our president and CEO had a quote in a piece from the Boston Globe. So we're trying to shine a light on the work that state and local history organizations are doing, and how these recent challenges to federal agencies and to the grant programs is affecting their work, affecting their ability to prepare for and advance the interests of the American people as we approach the 250th anniversary. We've also been speaking out about what other research is finding, right? And these are two reports. One from a research group called More in Common, that's on the bottom. The other is from the American Historical Association, to kind of remind our members and practitioners, remind the public through some of these media interviews that there is broad public support for a complete and accurate telling of American history. It is always something like 70% of the American people say that they want that they want to learn and they want everyone else to learn, K-12 students included, both the good and the bad of our history. The people who are saying otherwise are trying to advance a very particular agenda, and they don't represent what the majority of Americans say that they want from historical experiences at museums or in the classroom. This bottom study called Diffusing the History Wars, I really like because they did a survey experiment with both Democrats and Republicans, asking how they feel about certain questions related to history, and then asking them, what do you think the other side of the political spectrum feels? And so it was questions like, or statements agree or disagree with, like, people should learn about, or like the Declaration of Independence and Constitution are important documents, for American liberty. And I found that both Democrats and Republicans really agreed with that statement. They think people should learn about the Declaration and the Constitution, but that Republicans thought that few Democrats actually did agree with those statements. And there's a whole list of these, and there's huge gaps in how far apart we think we are on these issues, when in reality, there is a huge amount of agreement in what people want from history and how people think Americans should learn about the past. Again, we've been offering a lot of training opportunities to help people with their advocacy. So we've been doing these workshops based on our Reframing History project to help provide people with language and framing devices to help them talk about their work in a way that will resonate with the public. This month, we started doing what we called our Core Issues Briefing Series, where we bring together the insights from some of these projects, our census project, our 250th work, our Reframing History project, kind of as a weekly online course for 6 weeks, so people can kind of get a crash course in what are some of these issues, and use that to help them understand the field better, use it to provide, to support their own advocacy work, whether at the state level or at the federal level. And we're also thinking about how we can develop tools that will support local advocacy work. So there's a project from 2 consultants in Texas called Texas Museums Together. I'd really encourage you to check it out. Some of it is Texas specific. Most of it is very widely applicable to people doing history work anywhere. And it's a great kind of bundle of resources for how do we define advocacy? What are all the different ways that advocacy can look like? How do you advocate effectively for your institution, for history work generally? And we're looking at how we can maybe either work with them or develop something similar that we can make available widely across the field, so that every organization that is doing historical work, every history museum, historical society, no matter how big or small, sees kind of public relations and advocacy as a core part of what they do. I think we've seen over the last year how difficult it can be when we take for granted that people will always support history museums, that funding for history organizations will always be there. And so we're thinking a lot about how we can provide tools that can help uplift the field, help organizations all over the country speak up for history. That's all I have, and I would be happy to take your questions, go back over any of this, and by all means, if you have had a long day and don't have questions now, but want to ask me questions on Monday, please feel free to shoot me an email anytime.
Thank you so much, John. Does anybody have questions for John? A lot of information, a lot of resources.
Hi, John, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Okay, I have just a couple of questions. The national census that you guys have, do you have plans to regularly update that or do that census over periods of time?
We would like to. Funding pending. The first version was funded by NEH. I don't think they'll be funding the next version of it. So we were fortunate that we got the grant for that in 2021. and did the research with 2019 data, because that was the most recent data we had. So not only had a snapshot from before the 250th, but had a snapshot from before COVID. And so we would love to do it again in 2030, and to kind of see how the field has changed over the last 10 years. We know, for example, during the bicentennial era, like it was something like 40% of the organizations who were operating by the end of the 1980s were founded during the bicentennial era. It's this huge explosion of new historic houses, historical societies, preservation organizations, and part of our reasoning for doing the census was wanting to see and establish a baseline before the 250th to see if something similar happens again. I don't think it'll be as pronounced, but I'm sure that there will be an effect, and I'm sure the field will have changed between 2020 and 2030. So we'd love to do it again in 2030 or shortly thereafter, but we will need to wrangle some $100,000 or so, or at least that's what it costs us the first time.
Just $100,000. Thank you. And then one more question, and it's something I wrestle with here in Oregon. We do studies, state-based studies, which is awesome to have national studies to compare them to. But it's really hard to track how other people use that. And I think this is asking a question that maybe nobody knows the answer to, or maybe AI knows the answer to, but do you have a way to track how many times or who references your studies other than you just happen to come upon it in a news or an article?
Yeah, not really, right? So we have download metrics, right? We can look at how many times the report was downloaded, how many times a page on our website was visited. But that's not really kind of giving us what the kind of information we want. For us, I think the way that I see it is wanting to see often my own language kind of reflected back at me from other sources, of hearing other people use that 21,000 figure, right? Or hearing other people use some of the recommendations from Reframing History. We're fortunate at AASLH that I have a great job. I get to look at the whole field all the time, and look at stuff from all these sources, and seeing those recommendations or that language from that project kind of reflected back at us helps us know that we're kind of moving in the right direction. But we also know that it doesn't happen just by osmosis. I think I say this all the time. If you've ever heard me speak on behalf of ASLH anywhere else, there are so many reports that get published, and they get this beautiful PDF, and everyone gets shared on LinkedIn, and everyone says, this looks great, I can't wait to read it. And then the next day it's kind of thrown upon the great content heap, and everyone goes back to their unread emails in their inbox, and doesn't have the time to engage with these things. People are busy, people are overworked, and it's hard to get people to read email, let alone read long reports. And I struggle with this all the time. But we really are invested and think it's important to have that kind of training and follow-up work be just as important as the work that went into producing the report. I think for a long time, I thought of like publishing the report is the end, and really publishing the report is the beginning, right? You publish the report, and then you bring people together to talk about it. Then you bring people together to learn about the findings. Then you follow up on it, 3 months later, 6 months later, a year later. We published the Reframing History project in 2022, and it took a long time to sink in for me, but I would talk to people about it months later or a year later, and feel like I've been talking about this thing all the time. Surely everybody knows about it. And then I would talk about it in some new context, and people would be like, oh, what's that? It sounds interesting. And so just like recognizing how often you need to repeat things and resurface them and put them back in front of people before they will kind of have this level of uptake in the field has been, it's much more than I ever would have guessed when I started this work. But I think it's kind of reframing how we think about the nature of what we do with research reports and with studies like this, of seeing that report as the beginning of a process, the beginning of a conversation with practitioners, where we say, how can this be useful to you? You know, they've helped design the report, they've asked us to answer these questions, and then we say, how do you want to see this information? You know, do you want infographics that you can share on social? Do you want, you know, someone wants a full report. I want to read it. I don't want to watch a video, but lots of people do want to watch a video instead. And so thinking through those questions, especially in relation to our workforce survey, is something we've been doing a lot of, really thinking about how do we make this, how do we use these findings to advance practice? How do we use these findings to create change, to spark action? We don't just want people to read it, we want people to do things, or to figure out what to do with them, and you know, really building that into our process. So you never really know how much people are doing it, but at least not just leaving the report hanging out there is, you know, the main way that we've been trying to figure.
Great, thank you so much, appreciate it. Any other questions? I will just to do a shameful fan plug moment, that perception gap study, I feel like it was something you wrote on the 250th in one of the AASLH communications, was really fascinating. So I highly suggest that. And then the Texas toolkit is awesome. It's pretty awesome because it's very practical, which is the thing that we hear with all the people we serve, having something really practical to be able to implement and not super high level is really helpful. So I grabbed their business card at the conference, but now that you guys are gonna work on it, I think I'll just wait for you guys to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. It's just a big Google Drive. Anyone can access it. You can share the link with the institutions that you all serve. But lest you think this was too self-promotional, we had nothing to do with either the History Perception Gap Study or Texas Museums Together. They're just really great resources, and really interesting. And you know, hope you all will check that out. And all the stuff that I've talked about is on ASLH's website in some way, shape, or form. AASLH.org. Our research work, our 250th work, our advocacy work is all up there. Especially on the advocacy front, if you want to kind of keep updated with the latest as things develop, especially with some of those legal efforts, you know, check back with us, and we try to keep that website as up to date as we can.
Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Great. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Maybe Katie, you can share out some of those links with us.
Yeah,
That's great. All right. Moving on, I will now turn it over to Joy Sears, who will speak on the Special Assessment Property Tax Program. We are all of a sudden ahead of schedule. Do we need a 5-minute stretching break? I'm hearing no and yes. Yes, 5 minutes.
Yes.
Understand.
Sorry.
Lots of things.
Almost, I went back to my room. It's cold. Yeah. Almost got my clothes around my leg, there might be more. So you're gonna stay tonight and then you're gonna just leave right away? Guys, hold it. Speak out there. Robert. I might feel. Somebody, they're expecting you to say something. Yeah, there it is already.
Do you have
Problem here.
Oh, that's wrong, yes.
Yeah, I told John. Good morning.
Yeah, so.
I was like, departure.
Or. Oh, no, it's totally, not what I provided for me.
You know, as compared to.
They're not. It's not gonna be. Maybe whatever.
Yeah.
Say that. Show them people that. It takes like, yeah. I feel like.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I'll send it out.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Stuff. Great job. It's not even routine, it's what I'm thinking.
So I was thinking, yeah, but I was very specific. Yeah, this, you know, and I was thinking about it, right, and it's like.
Yes, it is.
All right, everyone, make your ways back to your chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. So this afternoon, we have a presentation from Joy Sears on the special assessment property tax program. Take it away, Joy.
Thank you, Chair Slaybaugh. I'm sure this is first and foremost on everybody's minds about special assessment. It's the second time in history that we've had, no special assessment projects. But thankfully it has been, passed again. So, little history before we go into this. So, in 1975, the historic property tax law of 1975 was passed. One of the first and most successful incentives of its kind in the nation for its dollar value it leveraged. It provided a special assessment of properties listed on the National Register, operating on a 15-year property tax freeze at the level paid for property taxes for commercial and residential property owners investing in approved preservation projects. It required a one-day open house each calendar year as part of public benefit and provided minimal maintenance standards. It was scheduled to sunset in 10 years, and in 1976, we had 21 properties enter the program. Okay, just some highlights because it's not really exciting, but anyways. So 1983, it was set to sunset. Legislature decided to extend it to 93. In 1991, the Historic Assessment Review Committee, HARC, was established as the appeal body. In 1994 was the first year of no special assessments being available. That was corrected in 1995 when the special assessment was established as rehabilitation of National Register properties. Increased requirements were a written preservation plan that must be followed and introduced the terms for a second term for that would focus on seismic improvements, ADA accessibility, and energy conservation. Fast forward to 2009, the last time the special assessment program was really reviewed. It was a renewal of the special assessment program, basically as set forth in the 1995 law, but with the 2007 amendments. It now established the 10% spending threshold. The open house requirement was removed, thank God. The preservation plan now required work to be completed, the assessment of costs and a timeline for completion. The program went from 15 years to 10 years. And I kind of lost track during COVID, and granted, who could? It was extended again by the legislature, and 2025 is another year of no special assessment. But the new program signed into law on May 25th. So we have a new program. It is now only for commercial properties. No owner-occupied properties are allowed on the program. We still have that spending, or still have the spending threshold, but the categories are only for exterior work. That's basically roof to foundation, especially what is visible from the public right of way, and for structural work. There's no longer a discussion of first and second terms, and the terms of second was final. Now properties can apply as many times for terms as long as they have qualified work. The application fee has been raised back to needing to spend I can't read, 1/3 of 1% of the real market value of the property. And that's land and improvements together. We've adjusted the application cycle
to now be November first to, March first. And previous, it was March 31st, which made it a little too tight timeline for everybody. What stays the same? It's still a 10-year program. We still require progress reports in years 3, 6, and 9, or until all work in the preservation plan is completed. And the spending threshold must be met by year 5. And actually, I'll go back. Changes in the program is the Historic Assessment Review Committee will only be in existence until 2034, when the last property comes off special assessment. That year, now with the new version of the program, anybody that has an appeal from our decisions made by our office will be a contested case hearing, which basically is another hearing body. Present all your information, we present all our information, they make a determination. Now, only 111 properties left on the special assessment program under the current program. I'm not sure how many properties we're gonna have apply this year. I know we at least have a handful, just from previous conversations, but today's economic environment on so many levels is questionable on that, so. Anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am. Mike.
Hi, Joy. My question is, why were owner occupied properties not included this time around? Why is it only commercial?
I was not part of the legislative committee.
So you don't know the answer?
I do not know the answer to
Okay,
that.
does anybody know the answer to that?
Chrissy might. I'm sorry, citizen Chrissy.
Chair, can we take a comment from the public on that?
I'll stay on this side of the table. So I don't have all
Would you like to
the,
introduce yourself, citizen Chris?
oh, sure, Chrissy Curran, former deputy SHPO as of, June 30th. Cause it's June 31st. So, there's a lot of data to show us that the return on investment for this program was significantly higher with the commercial properties than the residential properties. And not just residential, but the, the single family house. We wanted to make sure that it was still available for multifamily, buildings, apartment buildings, income producing buildings. So it wasn't about people living in the residence. It was about, sort of that one-off single family house that they were, I wish I had the numbers. They were pretty dramatic, when you looked at it. The other thing was that the kinds of projects that, that single family residences tended to have happened to them it was hard for them to meet the spending threshold. So it was not very, we really looked at it like inclusive, how we're keeping people sort of away. We weren't able to really have a level playing field for the residential properties. People who had money, already had money, had cash on hand, were able to use it. People who needed it, but they weren't able to meet that spending threshold. There was a series of decisions based on data through survey and number crunching and all the things. But they can certainly follow up with you on that. The actual data. We had to make the case with the legislators, so we have it. I have to say that, I did the most handholding with owners of residential properties compared to the commercial property owners who usually came in with a set list of work. Since we've, since 2015, when we started really making sure we were following the letter of the law, we had a number of properties that probably shouldn't have been in the program for either not making enough investment, not having the right kinds of projects. The special assessment program has also gotten lots of bad PR over the years. We're trying to avoid some of that, which, with not having residential properties on it, should help with that aspect. Hopefully, that not just the rich people are getting special assessment. But honestly, special assessment is, it's pay to play. You have to have the money or the financing or something to come up with the project, so. Given this environment, we'll see what, comes up with special assessment. I'm glad to have a state level, incentive back. We'll see how it goes.
It also wasn't working for residential voters. A lot of them would end up owing
Getting
more
penalized.
taxes after they got off the program than they did before, and that was not happening with commercial property.
Yeah, that's one of the bad things about special assessment that no one could have, anticipated, especially in the beginnings, was that given our current real estate environment, that people are coming off special assessment, and some of them might have been better off not even coming on, because it still would have went up that 3% and local bonds and levies, and they would have incrementally maybe gotten penalized for the work that they were doing. But people, especially Multnomah County, some of the shoots, their property taxes are raising like, 4 times what it would have been. So it does take a jump. And since 2009, when the last major version of the special assessment went through and condos were no longer on, that took care of that condo loophole, because we had a number of property owners in the Pearl District who were in those warehouse to conversion for condos that were paying like $100 a year in property taxes because of special assessment. They came off special assessment, and I know at least in one case, they went from $100 a year to $11,000 when they came off, and that was just one condo owner. So we're trying to avoid a lot of these predicaments that have come up from the program.
That's more than I knew about special assessment, after spending 11 years working with it.
There is only one person in Oregon who knows more about special assessment than me, and that's Brandon Spencer Arnold in the city of Portland.
Thank you, Joy. I mean, and that's been, the jump in property taxes has been the biggest thing to discourage. Not me personally discouraging applicants, but their discouragement is that jump. They'd rather take the little incremental hit every year based off of where they were than the new assessment.
And that is one of the things that I really, as we're vetting people, I mean, I don't even give people applications until I've really made them understand how much they need to spend, at least approximately, and do they have the right kind of projects. And so far, everybody I've talked to that I've vetted has not been on board. They either do not have the projects or they don't have the money to put towards it. They think it's just a freeze. And that's all they have to do. I talked to many people who are very familiar with the program in the 90s, the romanticized times of special assessment. And that is not the way the program is now, our reality. So trying to make it go forward, good projects. So thank you.
Thanks, Joy. Moving right along, our next item on the agenda is a presentation and update from the Oregon Cultural Trust. We have Sean Andre. All right.
Not have a minute room yet.
Okay.
We are very, very ahead of schedule.
Half an hour.
We expected you guys to grill Joy a little bit more. Where was that?
She was so informative that
We are
we
so
just.
far behind.
There's that good here within 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Hopefully that will happen, but we're a half hour ahead, so. Yeah. That's good.
You can take those delicious pictures for group, so. That's.
Oh, yeah. You guys want to do a group photo? Yeah. Is it, somebody been out, is this the launch? No, it's not. Has somebody been outside recently? Is it raining out?
It's been raining.
It's not raining right now, but it could be. Do we want to go outside or stay inside?
Inside.
Fireplace. Yeah. Oh.
1980s
I guess we're gonna do it inside.
The Brady Bunch fireplace.
Right?
We have a professional, committee member who's gonna take a photo of us with his equipment.
I just brought a tripod.
That makes you a professional.
Yay.
All right.
Should we all put our hats on?
We have hats. Oh, those hats. They're playing up here. Oh, where you guys going? You're gonna do it in front of the fire pit?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's here.
Yeah, the Brady Bunch, the Brady Bunch. That's the way.
Every day.
Okay. I got it.
That's good. You put on your business card. Your bills, so you buy it. That quick to that, I heard one.
I'll just, yeah. Okay. Okay, come on. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk. I don't deal with
Do that, that's a good, much better option.
I'm sure that might be the, you know, how to go to civil rights here.
She wants. I want to ask me off your shoulders.
There you go. It doesn't look silent.
All right. I'll leave it a 1 second. I would give, I don't know, maybe your time. There's, we're gonna see. It's just, just try to look more. Got something going on. All right. Wow. Look at those. Wow. I think that was that's for you, yes.
Greg also got a really good prepared photo for me.
Oh, awesome.
I think I got a good, yeah, I think I got a good look. I'll play around.
Yeah, when I took a picture, it was super dark and shy.
Yeah, well, yeah, cause.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll see if I can. Sure.
Lovely day.
I guess I'll wait just a few more minutes. But the pictures are ready.
Sure, yeah. Let's play time.
I'll be doing
Oh, my God. I was looking at this.
Probably got that last little bit. Oh, no, that's all right. Yeah.
And then after you. Oh, by the shower. You're like,
Oh, yeah, it all.
I swear to God.
Or are we gonna be another?
No, they're gonna be here, maybe about 5 or 6 minutes, but we'll still have it.
Okay, so I'll be
Yeah. Yes.
I'm gonna just get
Perfect, yes. Did you hear?
Yeah. I guess.
But the key. Yeah.
Yes, you sent an email about some.
Yeah, I think. Well, we do the best I can.
Created the, one woman, I said, from the. That. I mean, that they got the. Area.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything changes on your thoughts?
Very slow. Your whole report. I'm here for how, no.
Yeah, I got an hour to check. I should just be. Yeah.
So I'm not really gonna need to go to my. And I see what I.
My name was.
I was gonna go all that.
Yeah. Like, make these so very well. Like, right. Well, yeah. Yeah, the leather and all that. So, we've been.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Like that. And then. Very immediately for themselves. Yeah, that's the first one. That's in 1960. That's a pretty. It's also like how we want to like the congregation. Yeah, oh, that'd be nice. The freedom. Thanks for love their homes.
I'm thinking that. That's all. They're more around, we have their money now. It brings value to money.
It's the other thing.
It's not a story. It's like, all the kind of laws that sure their house. Not just, and that was just like back yeah, reads.
Because they know the tradition.
One half. What? Yeah. Still there. Yeah, fucking out there. Yeah, I was way up. They have no money.
No, not dragon. Statue.
Oh. Yeah.
No, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
While they're all, it's like with.
Oh, you're gone. Yeah. Very right, but great, right? So that's just the time where it's really great. Right? I mean, the loggers use it so that they can map their stance open vegetation. And the categorize it. No, we're. Like almost. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I put the deal out there on that. Way, everybody can get it. It's like which one is it's also. I'm sure. Yeah. I know. I think so. Yeah. But and so I was really worried about memories, you know, because but John Ferris did. But and so I had no idea where our past was talking, so I was around here. The thing that
Oh, that's so sad.
It's still got there. So then it's like.
I was just the last person to leave the building.
Like, how did you?
Oh, thank you.
You like.
I would be too.
Or you can start to like, it doesn't match. Yeah. See whatever. There is. Yeah, Peter would always like.
Yes, I got to see her.
One times a day.
Okay, everybody would take a seat if you are ready for final agenda item of the day. That might be done, but okay.
Yes.
I did a bunch of school matinees this week, so I was gonna like clap if you can hear me. Oh, hi, thank you, that's very appreciated. Hey, my name's Sean Andrews. I am the chair of the board of directors of the Oregon Cultural Trust. By day, I am the executive director of the Chehalem Cultural Center, which is in Newburgh. Just like a short little 30-minute beautiful drive down that way. So if you ever find yourself in Newburgh, come give me a visit. But it is my distinct honor and pleasure to serve as the chair of the board of Oregon Cultural Trust. And as a member of our board, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting us to your meeting. Y'all are some of our most important partners, right? We have these like 5 core partners at the Oregon Cultural Trust, and we see our mission as largely to support you and the great work that y'all do here and the work that gets done through you. And in very much, we feel that a lot of the work that we aspire to do gets done through our partners, it's done through the work you do. So we're all just incredibly proud to like be a part of the work you do in the small way that we are, and excited to be partners moving forward. And I really wanted to pass off to Eiley here to tell you a little bit about what we got coming up. But then I'd be happy to answer some questions, or if there's things going on that you want to have a trust perspective on, but mostly wanted to just come and meet y'all and say hi and just express great appreciation. So I'm gonna pass it off to Eiley Strider here, who's gonna tell you all about the things.
Oh, we like to hear that. It's so good to be here. I know I'm echoing what Sean said, but this is your minds and your efforts and your experience are what really shapes our state and the incredible cultural assets that we have. So thank you for your work. It can't do this without you. And so why are we here? Well, because as Sean said, we want to be working with you as we all work to preserve and celebrate the things that make us Oregon. On my drive in, I took note of the historic cemeteries, the incredible barns that I was seeing. I was just so grateful to see that, to give me a sense of place and understand a little bit about the community that's here. And that's why we work to preserve them, right? What I would like to do is take you through a really brief slideshow to introduce or maybe introduce the Cultural Trust to you. Quick show of hands. How many of you here know about the Cultural Trust? Okay, that makes me feel really good, but it also shows that there's work to be done still. So let me share a little bit about who we are and why it matters to the work you do. So as you may know, our origin story is that about 25 years ago, we're gonna be 25 next year, a bunch of folks like you went to the Oregon legislature and said, hey, could not the state of Oregon do a better job of providing more funding for the arts, heritage, humanities, historic preservation, and work that we do here? And then Governor Kitzhaber said, yes, actually, I think that's a good idea. Why don't you guys do like form a task force and come up with a solution? The solution they came up with was the Oregon Cultural Trust. So this is an Oregon-born and inspired solution. And it's a way that you can leverage any funding that you give to a cultural nonprofit, which with a matching amount from the state. So I want to talk a little bit about how that works, because it's a tax credit and not everyone knows what a tax credit is or how to use it. But our mandate is to recognize culture in all the ways it's expressed. It's the arts, it's history, it's heritage, it's historic preservation, it's the humanities. That all falls under the umbrella of who the cultural trust supports with our dollars and also actually your dollars, with your dollars. And also our partners who help do this work as well. So it's that big umbrella thinking, which I think is very progressive, actually. Because it recognizes that we all participate in culture in different ways because it means something to us and our families and our community. And we want to recognize that. So what have we been doing over the past 20 some years? Well, we've been raising money and giving it away. So we have in that time raised over $40 million from Oregonians like you participate in the cultural tax credit. And then we turn around and we make grants with it, over 10,000 grants. And we do it all in partnership with folks like you. One of the things that is part of our founding legislation is that whether or not there are funding priorities that change, our funding priority will always be you and your friends and family who also do arts and humanities work. So this will always be where our funds go. And we also have responsibility to send them out across the entire state. One of our programs, our county and tribal cultural coalitions, are where we send block grants every year and for local grant making. And this means that whether you're in Vail or in Astoria or in Jacksonville or in Joseph, you will have access to cultural trust funds, which is pretty cool now to think about 25 years of constant investment in culture and where we are now because of it. But what we also get to do is educate folks about the cultural tax credit, because this is your way as a cultural donor to leverage your personal contributions to nonprofits with money from the state in the form of a tax credit. So that's part of my job too, and Sean's and everyone else that we work with, is encouraging people to learn about it and try it, see if it works, see if it doesn't become something you do every year. So just a quick recap, who are we? Well, we're about 25 years old. In the time that we've been around, we have curated a list of 1,600 plus cultural nonprofits operating across the state. We're busy here in Oregon. We're busy doing stuff. If you ever want to know who these people are, go to our website. We raise money so we can give it away. We help people understand and use the tax credit. And then we also invest in our partnerships, such as the one we have with you all, so that the work can continue and maybe even continue in conversation with each other. So this is where I'm going to get into how does the tax credit actually work. So if I make a contribution to, what's a local nonprofit here? A local heritage nonprofit, does anyone know?
In Canby?
Yeah.
The Depot Museum.
There we go. Okay. So let's say I make a $100 gift to the Depot Museum. Thanks, Curry. I can then make a $100 gift to the trust, which I will then use as a state tax credit. So if you owe the state any funds, when you file your taxes, you get to use the gift to the trust as tax credit. That's the agreement we have with the state of Oregon, that funding that you send to us, you can use the tax credit and then we can use to make grants with. So it's a partnership that we have with the state. And so far that's translating into about $5 million a year that Oregonians send to us, and then we in turn get to re-grant back out. So because we're talking about taxes, there's a place you can go to find out more. It's our website. But some common questions we address is like, well, what's the value proposition? Simply, do you think that state funding for arts and culture is important? If the answer to that is yes, then this tax credit was created for you. If you are a donor to nonprofits already, this tax credit was created for you. If you're like me, you actually probably give to several organizations. I count my OPB membership. I count my membership to the Oregon Historical Society. I count all of that when I'm thinking about how can I make a matching gift to the trust. And then lastly, if you do make that gift to the trust before the end of the year, you can use the tax credit and file your taxes next year and get the amount of the tax credit off of your tax bill. So it's actually really easy to use. Try it once, see if it works, and you'll probably continue to do it. Why is it important to do now? Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's been a lot of change in the funding ecosystem. There's some changes at the federal level, there may be some changes at the state level. If there was ever a time to say, what can I do as an Oregonian to ensure that there will be funding for this work next year? The cultural tax credit is a way you can do that. Thank you, founders of the Cultural Trust, for imagining a time where we really just need to support our own. So, all right, I'm a donor to a nonprofit. I'm interested in giving to the trust for tax credit. I give the money to the trust at the end of the year. What happens next? Well, decide how much you want to give to the trust. It can be $10. We have donors who give us $10. It can be $5,000. I just got an email this morning from Marisa saying a donor decided to give us $5,000 today. We were very happy. Because that's way more than the tax credit's worth. But they just decided that this is something they want to invest in and they want their funds to go out to support others. Right on. But the tax credit limit is $500 for an individual or $1,000 for couples who file jointly. Or if you have a small business or C or S class corporation, you can give up to $2,500 and get a tax credit for that amount. So just think of it as a match. So I'm going to use my OPB membership. I give them $15 a month. At the end of the year, I've given $150 to OPB. That means I could make a gift to the trust for $150. And then when I file my taxes, under the section under unusual tax credits for Oregon, there's a place that says cultural development. I put in $150 there. And if I'm using TurboTax, boom, my tax bill just went down by $150. It's really that easy. So this is a good time to be thinking about what are those investments I'm making in the cultural nonprofits that matter to me? And would I like to use tax credit this year so that more of my tax dollars are going out to fund the work that you all support? So lots of questions around taxes, even though it is that easy, you can find the answers on our website. One of the questions we often get this time of year, what if I'm not gonna owe the state anything? Well, that's nice, but this could actually augment your refund. So another consideration. What if the amount that my family gives is not at the exact limit? That's cool. Again, people give $10, $25, whatever makes sense for you, your family. It all counts and it's all eligible for the tax credit. My favorite question is, wow, $1 for dollar tax credit, that's real money. Can't I just give all my money to the trust and just kind of, maybe not give them to the nonprofits? And the answer is definitively no, that's not how this works. The idea is that we want to incentivize those gifts that you make to your historical society, your museum. And then once you've made that gift, you can make a gift to the trust with a tax credit. So it's also intended to help encourage people to make a donation because then they can leverage more money from Oregon. So again, just think of it as quite simple math. Add up the donations you've made to the nonprofits you support at the end of the year. That will tell you how much you can give to the trust for a tax credit within those limits. Okay, I just have a few slides left. So where does the money go? Do you give money to the trust? Does it just disappear? No, this is exactly where it goes. This is actually in our statute. We send half the funds for our grants out the door for project and program grants. We send another 25% to SHPO, Heritage Commission, Arts Commission, because the work you do is really important. You have your own grant programs. We want to send you some funding to support that. And lastly, it may be my favorite part, we send out those block grants to every county and tribe in Oregon for their local grant making every year. And if you're ever curious about the impact that that has, you could talk to some of your friends on this board. They have experienced applying for and receiving those grants. Gwen, have you received a coalition grant from the Wallowa?
We did this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the big idea behind the Cultural Trust, is that wherever culture is happening, it's important to that community and we want resources there to support you. And we know that you help us do that. So ways to support culture. You're already doing it. You're here, you're members of this group. Thank you for that. You can also, of course, make your financial contributions. You can invite someone like myself or any member of our staff or coalitions to a group to talk about this. You can go to our website and go to our toolkit and grab some things, grab a logo, grab a video. If you want to just help spread the message about the tax credit. This is the time of year to really do it because we want to make sure we have a very healthy budget for grant making next year because we're state funds. So this is a unique year and opportunity for us to say the work that happens in Oregon matters and we want to support it regardless of what's happening elsewhere. So I see this as kind of an empowerment tool for me this year to be like, this stuff matters and I want to support it. All right, lastly, another way you can support culture is to get some bling for your car. Does anyone recognize this plate? Okay, cool. Does anyone have this plate? There you go. Okay.
I got the old one.
We have two cars. One has the old one has the new one.
Okay.
Yeah. So this was our new plate that we issued a couple years ago, Celebrate Oregon. Get real closely at it, you'll see it's a landscape and it has over 100 symbols in it. If you're curious about the story behind those symbols, you can go to our website, check it out. What are those sandals doing there? Oh, those are the Fort Rock sandals. You guys know what Fort Rock sandals are about. I like taking my nephews and nieces to this to kind of just get them excited about learning about the different cultures that call Oregon home. So when we sell these plates, a percentage of the funds come back to the trust and allows us to print things, which is pretty cool. We like to print things. It's also a nice way to just be like, I support culture out in the community. So this is me. I'm happy to be a resource to you at any time, as are the rest of our staff and our board. So I just have to say, we love working in partnership with you all. We get to be in meetings once a month with Katie and Curry, and we talk about the state of Oregon. We talk about what the needs are, and we try and find ways to be supportive working together. That's a pretty cool thing. And I think the Cultural Trust was created to enable that kind of work. So that's it for me. That's the tax credit. That's how it works. Does anyone have any questions? Was a lot of information coming at you. Okay, cool. Well, I think a lot of you, yes.
I guess I have two questions. One is, how have or have, I forget, changes in federal donation and taxation affected nonprofits and donations to nonprofits?
Ooh, do you have an hour?
It's not great.
Yeah. Do you wanna speak to that? Yeah.
Are we recording through the mic? Is that why we use the mic? Okay.
Well, I made people online, so it's of course here.
I run a nonprofit, right? And I know a lot of people who run nonprofits. Giving is down, and it's not just because the economy is hard, but giving is strained. A lot of philanthropy, a lot of foundations are being asked to step up and do more. A lot of individual donors have been reaching deep into their pocket to do more, really since COVID first landed. So it's a tougher landscape. I will say also that uncertainty in the system has been really tough too. When you see things like cuts being made to the National Endowment for Humanities, if you're a humanities giver, you might give a little bit more to that. That might mean you have a little bit less to give somewhere else. So even though like my organization doesn't receive money from the NEA directly, I know that some of my donors are stepping up to help humanities in this moment. I also know that grant programs at my nonprofit are not accessible to me that I would normally give through Grants for Humanities. So it's kind of had this downstream effect that's rippled out in a lot of really unanticipated ways. Thankfully, at Trust, we are entirely state funded. We don't receive any federal funding directly. So what we are able to do to support our partners is relatively unimpacted directly by that. Also, we do not receive general funds directly. So our funding that we give to our partners comes from donations from people to the trust. It comes from license plate sales to the trust. And it also comes from interest earned on the fund itself, which is, how big is the fund these days?
$50 million. About
Yeah, so.
You're a donor to the trust. You made it happen. Thank you.
Well, that's a great question. It's not great. I think we are all also a little bit worried that it may get harder still. I did have a couple of direct asks to make. Oh, go ahead if you have another one. Yeah.
One other question. I know that there was conversation last year and the year before about the Oregon Arts Commission and the Oregon Cultural Trust moving out from under the umbrella of Business Oregon. And
over this last year, I think I saw an advertisement for a cultural manager at Business Oregon. So what's going on?
That's a great question, and 2 of the 3 bullet points I have yet, so excellent. It's all somewhat interrelated, but there was a lot of talk over the last couple of years, and it's honestly been a conversation going on for the last 7 or so years about, is there a better structure inside state government for the Cultural Trust and for the Arts Commission? The Arts Commission and the Cultural Trust have a unique relationship in terms of the way our staffing is. The director of the trust is also the director of the Arts Commission, and we share a lot of staff and a lot of resources kind of outside of our granting and our responsibilities. So inside Business Oregon, from the way they look at it, there's already a lot of overlap between us. And so what we were really looking into was, does it make more sense for the structure of the organization to have more conversation internally about what the trust does and what the Arts Commission does? What we often find is that because we have separate boards, separate responsibilities, yet we share staff, there's not a lot of good opportunity for us to coordinate our priorities. Therefore, whoever is the director is in an awkward position of being the one who has to make choices about which priorities go which way. So that was part of the conversation. Another part of the conversation was, is being inside Business Oregon ultimately the best place for the trust and the Arts Commission? And of course, as you know, arts, culture, heritage, humanities activities are a boost to the economy. But at least in my opinion, economic gain is not the reason to support culture, right? Culture is what we do as people. We have to do it. It is part of what makes us Oregonians, is how we express our culture. So when we live inside Business Oregon, it does create an incentive for us to make our case constantly in an economic development framework. And in some ways, it's very helpful, but in other ways, that kind of misses the point. So a lot of the conversation was, is there a better place in state government? Are there advantages to us not being inside Business Oregon directly? And is there an advantage to us more closely aligning our boards? Now, that was a very theoretical conversation we were having. It wasn't completed. The bill that went before the legislature last session was a bill to authorize us to kind of figure out the hairy details of what that would look like. So that was never completed work, but ultimately it did not pass. And ultimately, conversations with the trust and the Arts Commission boards have decided that that's not something we're bringing up again in the short session. And, 2028 is a long ways away. There are other priorities like renewing the tax credit that the trust has in 2028. So at least in my opinion, I cannot speak for the governor, in my opinion, it's unlikely to come back up again anytime soon. Now, I think the other half of your question is, what is going on with that director position? We are hiring for a director. We are midstream in that process. In fact, we're pretty close to the mouth of the river. Sorry, metaphor got confusing. We're close to the end. I think this coming Monday is our final round of interviews. We have 3 candidates. And I think we definitely have a winner in those 3 candidates. I've been a part of the process all along. But Monday, we're bringing in a bunch of partners, I think representatives from Heritage and History. Maybe you, Curry, are you coming on Monday? Yeah, Curry will be there. And a number of our out-of-government partners to meet the candidates so we can get a good view of how that candidate's gonna do with all the various partners we have. So is that, yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions? Or I do have like 2 other things I wanted to mention here. Something that's really been important and kind of what you were hitting on with the question about how nonprofits are doing. We at the Trust view a lot of what we do as being an endowment of sorts for arts, heritage, history, and humanities. And at least in my opinion, when times get tough, that's when endowments are designed to step up and help more. That is not what endowments are designed to hold back and save the corpus, right? The purpose of having an endowment is not to hold on to a bunch of money, but is to have capital to help in moments that are tough. We realize that a lot of our partners are in a tough moment. I think when we saw the National Endowment for the Humanities suddenly revoke promised funds to our partners, we as a board had a lot of interest in figuring out what we could do to help partners in that moment. And so we have a process that we have created for our 5 core partners that includes y'all, if needed, to be able to access a partner augmentation grant as kind of like a one-time pool of funds. We're going to be heading to the legislature this short session to get authorization to spend those funds if we get those requests, but we're starting to see them and very much want to put ourselves in a position to be able to do more in a moment that's really tough to help our partners get through that moment so that they're still there to do the great work they're designed to do when we get to the other side. I mentioned I had two specific asks, y'all. One was to encourage you to make a gift towards the trust this year. When we go out and fundraise, when we are publicizing the tax credit to Oregonians, it's really helpful that we can say that every member of the board of directors of the Cultural Trust is a giver. Every one of us makes a gift to that tax credit. That's an incredibly important thing to say. It would also be really great to be able to say everyone on a board of one of our partner agencies also makes a gift. Now, the value of that gift is not the point of that statement. I think the value of that statement is to be to say that everyone who receives funds from the trust in one way or another also supports the trust, has skin in the game. So if you are in a position this year to make a gift, we would really love to see that. That would be awesome. And then the second request I have for y'all as a direct ask is we are currently looking to fill 4 seats on our 11-seat board in the next big session, right? So we have a 9-person board of appointed directors that are Senate confirmed, and then we have a senator and a legislature that are appointed to us. So that's 11. So 4 of our 9 seats are going to be up. It's incredibly important to us that we have a well-balanced board. And to us, that means geographic representation for this across the state. That means like lived experience background that one might carry to them to the cultures that they represent. And then also it very much means subject matter relevance. And we are losing some of our best champions on our board for heritage and history. And I know y'all might be pretty well networked in those fields. So if you can think of people who might be interested in serving on the board of directors of the Cultural Trust, please reach out to Eiley, reach out to Leora. You probably have my name on an email somewhere. You reach out to me directly. We would love to follow up with them. I think y'all know what's involved in state service. It's always more work than is promised, but always more rewarding than you imagine it to be. So if there are folks that you think might help us better represent your sector and the choices we're making on our board, we sure would love to. Other questions? I have a way of speaking that puts people on. Well, I think that's what we got. It's so lovely to be here and to meet y'all, and I'm so glad you asked about the merger and stuff. You know, we have a unique relationship with the Arts Commission, but they're just a partner like you are. And I wanted to make sure that y'all felt the love from the trust too, because nothing about that conversation had anything to do with how we feel about our heritage and history communities. And we just love getting to do our work through you and seeing great work. So thank you for choosing.
Thank you both so much for coming today and giving us that little talk. Cultural Trust 101 for those of us who weren't aware.
Yeah.
Sounds like you. Hey. You know, why you need something else to volunteer for.
I know we'll be talking.
Right, closing remarks. I am not seeing Matt Rippey.
Oh, he's online.
But I don't know how this is.
We have closing remarks from Matt, and then each chair will close our meeting, and then we can adjourn.
Matt, are you there?
Matt, the floor is yours now for the screen.
River dance.
Oh, he says it won't let him unmute. Let me see if I can do something from this side. Usually I'm muting people, so this is new.
He's set as a presenter.
Yes. Nope. No. Oh. Matt, I think it's gonna ask for permission to be a presenter, so if you could hit yes. Maybe, I'm also guessing. Yeah. That's a good one. Is it letting you unmute now? Can you hold up signs with your closing remarks? Oh. That's weird. I'm gonna guess you're gonna say thank you for being here, cause I don't know how to unmute you. I'm sorry for the trouble.
Can you unmute him from the participant list now that he's?
I have asked, it's on ask to
It's still
unmute,
on
I have
there.
asked lots of times. Just don't know what happened.
Let him log out and log back in. With me next week. With you.
I think he's okay, so giving us kisses. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, that too, right.
Okay, do you want to say anything else on behalf of Matt?
Well, Curry, that was your portion of the script, I think. I just want to say thank you guys for coming, on this really big, multi-day meeting, which isn't, is a once a biennium thing for us to get together and have everybody learn a little bit more about the programs that really the staff works hard on not having be siloed and how they can be leveraged together, with all the work that we do. Which I think Kim's presentation was just a really great example of how all of these awards, grants, designations, programs, tools, that all of the commissions are involved in creating can be leveraged together and just really accomplish amazing things for the entire community. So, thank you also as volunteers for your service. And thanks for making it all the way over here for the 3 days, for hanging in there for all those tours we did, which were awesome. And thank you, the Canby folks, I think may not be here. We will send thank yous on behalf of the commissions, but if anybody, I know sometimes folks want to send their own thank yous. If you'd like to do that, we can provide that information as well. But I will now hand it over to you, Chair Slaybaugh.
As Chair of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, I'd like to call for a motion of this committee's member. To adjourn this meeting. I'm looking for
adjourn.
Thank you,
Second.
Cassie. I have a motion and a second. Let's see, Cassie, you in favor? Matthew?
Aye.
Greg says aye. Sarah has left.
I
Gwen says aye. Jackie says aye, and Heidi says aye. Great. We're out. Just kidding. The Oregon Heritage Commission, are there any members left in the room on the Oregon Heritage Commission?
Maureen. And Libby.
Can you, can you on behalf of your commission, call your meeting to adjourn?
Yes, thank you, Chair Slaybaugh. On behalf of Carrie Savage, who had to leave, the Oregon Heritage Commission, this meeting is adjourned at 2:45. I'll hand it over to Chair Sears, or am I supposed to do a roll call?
No, we don't do motions.
Okay,
It's
I have-
CHP does.
I'm now gonna hand it over to Chair Sears of the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries.
Thank you, Commissioner Provost. As Chair of the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemetery, this meeting is adjourned at, I didn't hear what time you said, so 2:44. I'll hand it over to Caitlin Van Jerden, and Chair of the Historic Assessment Review Committee.
Thank you, Chair Sears. As Chair of the Historic Assessment Review Committee, this meeting is adjourned at 2:45 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. How far would it,